T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Fine place for a day full of breakdowns. Takes more than a meltdown to show us how. Throw a tank on the road, stop the
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Another day. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. So the title for the day today is the Truffle Shuffle. How does it impact institutions? So I'm pretty certain with the Judge Zern's announcement of how she was going to her opinion of Friday's release on the trial is pretty much a truffle shuffle. I'm gonna take you over to AMC here real quick. And so what you saw happening is you saw a lot of institutions who probably felt like, oh crap, we thought we were going to be able to use Ape shares in order to be able to deliver on some of these failure delivers that we got collecting up here, and we thought this was going to be all over, and we're going to need AMC shares really, really, really badly here, and so we better start buying quick. And so in the aftermarket hours, right after the announcement and the release of Judge Zern's opinion, you could see the price of AMC absolutely skyrocketing. Meanwhile, while that happened, Ape's price went way down. They were selling off Ape and buying AMC, and you saw tons and tons of volume to back that up. Right, there was this definite disparity between the prices between AMC and Ape. So what happened yesterday? Aftermarket hours close. And basically we get a release. Well, over the weekend we had AMC basically saying like, well, fine, we'll release the Ape shareholders, because that was the problem that the judge had. We'll release the Ape shareholders from not being able to sue for damages on a class action or whatever, right? So, but the judge sends back this. Well, I don't even know what to call it. What is it called? It's called a. She just sent a letter back to him saying, "Dear counsel," right? And so she says, "Look, I don't think you fully understand. You know, that's not the gist of it. There's more here, and you guys aren't really you're not really fixing everything that needs to be fixed or talked about." And so she goes through line item point A through D on some of the things that she needs to see done and pronto. And so what we end up seeing happen is initially the price on AMC starts dropping as soon as the release comes out, and we went from about $5.90 down to $5. We almost lost $1 there. And then you see this sudden turnaround where price starts moving back the other direction, and it was almost as if we had this like really sick candle that showed up at about $16.39. and it went all the way up to 859, and then came right back to where it was trading at in the past. And when you go through the time and sales on that, it was a bunch of single-digit orders that went through, and it wasn't really on large quantity of volume during that minute either. So I'm not 100% certain as to. I mean, this could have been very easily some of that JP Morgan stuff, testing stuff that we've been seeing from the past. That I haven't actually verified what exchange that went through. But if I go back in history and look at that later today, I can probably narrow that down a little bit. But I think what you ended up seeing have happen here is instead of going back to where we were initially, right back to where we were before, because all of a sudden I think a lot of institutions felt like, especially shorting institutions, felt like, oh look, judge submitted something. This is probably going to be like, okay, fine, that's good, let's go. And then that wasn't the case, and they put on the screeching brakes, and you could see price just kind of like settle down, and it was just kind of like, wait a minute, we're still not over yet. This is still going to drag out some more, and so price kind of settled once it hit that $5 range. It just kind of settled there, and you can see the same thing on Ape. It took off, starting going up, and then came right back down again. It was like, wait, hold on, there's more going on here. Maybe we shouldn't really make this decision just yet. There's more here. The four key main points that she brought up, Judge Zern, she said, notice of business needs on the horizon. She's like, actually, let me see here. I don't want to read through every single bit of this, but I'll start with. I guess I'll start on page 3. I wasn't really prepared to read this out loud, but this I feel like this is going to just bore the crap out of you guys. But the motion seeks clarification as to the effect of my July 21st opinion on the stay of all proceedings against the defendants imposed by the May 1st, 2023 scheduling order and on February 27th, 2023 status quo order. I got to put my glasses on. There's no way I can do this without my glasses. Damn it, Arthur. You threw the wrench in there. You had to go and throw. You had to get me reading early in the morning, didn't you? Hold on a second. I gotta put my glasses on. Give me 1 second here. She says, I have plucked the low-hanging fruit from the letter and the motion and offer what guidance I can. First, the parties need not renotice the proposed settlement. The release as trimmed by the letter is narrower than the version included in the notice to the stockholders. The parties excised the clause releasing the Ape claims because the court rejected that clause as legally impermissible. Removing a clause that has no legal effect does not adversely affect the putative class. Still, I have ordered in this case to date, the July 22nd letter, all of its enclosures, and this letter should be posted on the website for AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated and the Plaintiff's Counsel no later than 8 o'clock p.m. last night. So, by the way, guys, she's a little pissed, and I can tell. I think anybody reading this letter here can tell that she's a little pissed, and I'll tell you why I think that is in just a second here. Second, she says the opinion is not a final determination of whether the settlement should be approved. The opinion pointed out the release was unsound and could not be approved, and encouraged the defendants to weigh the risk from a narrower release. In so many words, the opinion gave the parties an opportunity to narrow the release, following a nuance of class action practice before this court and as contemplated by the plaintiff's counsel at oral argument. If the parties did not choose that path, the opinion directed the parties to submit a consolidated complaint, a task they should have accomplished weeks ago. This request did not lift the stay imposed by the May 1st scheduling order. The stay remains in place. Third, the letter's request to stay my request for consolidated complaint and case schedule is granted. Fourth, as for the status quo order, the opinion stated the status quo order remains in place. That is all the guidance I can offer for today. I ask the parties submit the following. Here's the 4 parts here. Notice of business needs on the horizon. Oh my gosh, my glasses are so foggy. I just went to go put them on. Hold on. I went reading that, and I still can't get my glasses in shape here enough to read. Okay, here we go. Notice of the business needs on the horizon. The defendants represented that they needed a decision before the capital markets go quiet in August. The court has made all efforts to meet that business need. I raised my concerns about the release with the counsel at the settlement hearing in June. Instead of addressing those concerns, the parties let the month of July pass and sought to amend the release after I concluded the release was unsound. Please advise with as much detail as possible as to any events or circumstances compelling a decision by a certain date. So she's saying, look, y'all are saying this is important and it's timely and that it needs to be done as quick as possible. I'm not necessarily seeing that. I see heel dragging and I see a lot of other stuff going on. And I'll tell you what, there's one thing that judges hate more than anything. Judges don't like their courtroom being used for anything. They just don't. They don't. This is why some judges won't allow video, photography, news, any of that kind of stuff in there. They just don't want the courtroom to be used. And I think she is feeling like the courtroom is being used right now. And if there was any part of me that was to be inclined to believe that that was ever the case, reading her statements right here alone kind of tell me she's a little pissed because she feels like the court's being used. And this kind of outlines that. She's like, look, you're telling me there's business needs, but you know, everybody's dragging their heels and everything. What's going on here? Like, why are we really doing this? Like, we're not getting down to the beef of this, and it's just like a bunch of heel dragging. B, she says, letter briefs, joint or separate, on the effect of the Delaware Supreme Court's June 28, 2023 decision in Koster versus UIP Companies Incorporated on the proposed settlement and the plaintiff's breach of fiduciary duty claim. That's not really to AMC. C, any response to the motion, particularly its preemptive request for a stay on lifting the status quo order if the settlement is approved pending appeal, or a letter stating that no response will be forthcoming. So she's trying to wrap some stuff up there in advance, saying like, look, I want you to, depending upon how I'm going to rule on this, I want you to, decide whether you're going to do something in advance or not. That way I can, that way we can kind of know where we're going ahead of time. So she can decide whether she's going to lift that status quo order. And then D is another revised proposed order and final judgment omitting Mr. Munoz as plaintiff and with a version in the Microsoft Word. And I think part of that was I think the part for D there is basically her stating that Munoz was only an owner of partial. Actually, I'm not really sure what that part's about, but I think it has something to do with the fact that he was only perhaps maybe had ownership in AMC and not necessarily Ape, which was part of the whole thing about this needing to be representative of both AMC as a class action needs to be representative of both AMC and Ape. I would have to do some more research on that because I haven't been following the trial incredibly closely, so I'm not sure of this name, but I think that's part of what this is about. Because the narrowed release does not adversely affect the putative class, the court will not consider any new supplemented objections other than the advocacy requested above. The record on the proposed settlement is closed. So we're not done, essentially. There's going to be some more stuff going on here. I mean, the fact that she is wanting AMC to post this stuff up for everybody to see on their website tells me that she wants everybody to know that this is being drug on. And so I don't. Here's the thing. That I'm reaching out here. I feel like I got to put the tinfoil hat on. Let me put the tinfoil hat on. Hold on. Tinfoil hat going on. Okay, tinfoil hat's on. Here's the deal. Every single time that the judge or AMC or somebody does something, we see this massive truffle shuffle. We've seen it multiple times in the past. We've seen it happen currently with in just 2 days, both Friday and Monday. And essentially what I think is going on here is there might, I mean, I feel like a lot of the institutions who are short AMC right now are having to do these massive truffle shuffles. They are bending over backwards trying to get ahead of the game, and they are absolutely getting screwed over this. And how do I know? Because when they start doing these big, huge truffle shuffles and you see massive amounts of volume moving like it does, they can't help the fact that there's going to be people who are coming in and buying to be a part of following the money. Short exempt volume from yesterday was 2.6 million shares. 2.6. The target number, the short exempt volume target number that we've been looking to hit for a long time is 3 million shares. 3 days in a row. And obviously that's going to be off of super, super high volume. That's how you know you're in the MOASS. We hit 2.6. I don't know if you guys, I mean, a lot of you guys follow on a daily basis, and you know when I read off the numbers, you know what's a lot and you know what's not a lot. 2.6 million in short exempt volume. Set a timer. That timer is a T35 timer. That is going to be absolutely horrific for somebody in the future who has to owe shares. Trying to find 2.5 million shares on top of the fact that you had a huge OPEC expiration week where there's massive amounts of potential call and put positions that may have been exercised. I hope you guys are writing times down. I really hope you're writing times down, because this puts a massive stopwatch timer on what's happening here. And if heels are being drug and messages are being sent about timelines needing to be met from two different parties, it should be forming some kind of picture. I'm not going to say what it is. You should be able to put it together 2 and 2. It's not hard to figure it out. But people are getting screwed, and it's not us. They're getting absolutely hammered. So, tinfoil hat off, because it is time for numbers, as CPR says. He said technicals. Technically, he said technicals. But it is time for numbers. But I want you guys to remember, every time they make one of these truffle shuffles, it is hurting them massively. There is massive amounts of volume coming in. It's making AMC. We made the top 2 list on most heavily traded stocks by investors in Fidelity. That says something. It says a lot. That buying pressure, like I said before, we don't impact directly on a daily basis where price is moving to, but that buying pressure alone in the future is going to hurt somebody. But if you're not watching the numbers, you have no idea, because you're just seeing price movement. And you're going, why does it suck so bad? You know, I see it all day long. I see people who are coming in and saying, why is there suddenly 2 million shares available to borrow? Because they don't know. They don't know. They're not following the numbers. They don't understand why those numbers are showing up the way that they're showing up. They think it's just a mystery and a crime. My hope is that you guys understand why that is. They're closing out short positions. And when they close out short positions, it makes those shares available to be borrowed again. Is closing out short positions bullish, or is it bearish? And the answer is, it's bullish. You want to see short interest being closed out. That's a good thing. That means price is going to be going where? Up. You don't close out short interest if price is going down. You close out short interest because price is expected to move up. Or also, I should say or/also, you have a severe need for shares. Arthur says, but short interest is up today, isn't it? It is. We'll take a look at the numbers and we'll see. Ding, 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 ding. They need shares and their closing positions. it's really bad. It's really super bad. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I know I'm not really reading in a whole lot on what you guys are saying. I can't. It's really difficult. I mean, with this mic now, it's hard for me to get into a conversation and easily read the screen because then I have to like move away from the mic and I sound way back here. So hold on a second here. Let's just move on with the numbers. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. As it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure that if you have the ability to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, that you do so. You never know when you're going to accidentally break your phone or brick it and not have access to be able to get into your accounts anymore, and that would suck. So make sure you get that secondary device set up. This is probably the most important thing that I'm going to say to you every single day, every single time I say it. But if you do not already have a digital or hard copy of your portfolio, your statement of your portfolio with your broker, you are shooting yourself in the foot right now. Make sure you go do this right this second. If you don't have it done, stop listening to me. Go get it done right now. You need to have that copy to show or prove ownership of what it is that you're holding, because if your broker changes your numbers and you don't have proof of what you held beforehand, you're relying on their information that got them the new numbers that you think screwed up. And if you don't have proof that it should be something different, you're not going to be able to change it. So I'm telling you right now, get that documentation in your possession. Super, super important. All right, starting on the top left-hand side, what do we got going on here? Starting with price prediction. Remember, this is not meant as financial advice. It's just four apes trying to figure out what price within a $3 range is going to be. We had AMC close yesterday at $5.85 and Ape at $1.80. The combined total in that $7.65. It was really, really super close, man. Apex is holy crap, I dodged a bullet. Because he had 750 to 1050, 15 cents more, and he wouldn't have even gotten a point today. So, but everybody got a point. The closest person... Hold on a second. The closest person to price prediction was Eric, but he was 15 cents off, and so he's not going to get an extra bonus point. He needed to be a little bit closer, and they needed to be within 10 cents. And so no bonus points awarded for yesterday, but he was the closest with his 6 to 9 prediction. I had 588 to 888. Apex had 750 to 1050. Einstein had 698 to 998. Let's put in the numbers. One last congratulations to Einstein's win for last week. Congratulations, sir. Moving on to short exempt volume. This is what I'm talking about right here, guys. This is where you start setting those timers, those ticking timers for T plus 35. They're amazing timers. Short exempt volume yesterday on AMC, a whopping 2.599. I'm just going to call it I'll put in 2.599. But it was almost 2.6 million shares going through short exempt volume. It's insane. Wait, what did I say? 2.599? Son of a gun, I can't remember already. 2.599, okay. Ape, on the other hand, while being up, it wasn't nearly as much. Let's see here. Let me pull it real fast. I looked at it yesterday, but I didn't plug in any numbers. I wait till the morning to do it with you guys. Ape had 126.4 thousand. Yesterday, AMC, Ape broke even. No change in price. And AMC was up 32.95%. Let's check utilization. %82.96% is what I'm showing. Let me verify that the data is accurate on this. Let's see here. 82.96. It's showing July 24th. That's correct date. 82.96. A little bit down from yesterday. On Ape, let's see what utilization is. 32.96. A little bit up. Makes sense, doesn't it? Especially if somebody was trying to truffle shuffle the other direction back. All right, let's take a look and see what else we got going on here. Max Pain. Yesterday we had really large amounts of volume kicking in at a $6 max pain. It was $4.50 yesterday. There's no way this doesn't drive up to $5. In my opinion, I'm guessing it's actually going to be up to probably. My guess is going to be $5.50 at least. There it is. $5.50 it is. Let's see here. Off exchange. By the end of a normal day, we would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 58.48% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 6.99, which came out to 65.47%, or 1.47% more than what we were supposed to have, or what I'm used to seeing, what I think is a normal day. CHX volume was 0.49% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 2.59%. Now, while that percentage is low, remember, there was so much volume yesterday, guys. There was a ton. What did we have for volume? Total volume yesterday was, hold on a second. It was 254.8 million shares. Wow. That's almost double our entire float. Or not double, I'm sorry. It was almost half of our entire float. That's insane. Half the entire float. Insane. That's ridiculous. Well, on CHX with 0.49% of the total volume going into that, that was 1.27 million shares going through CHX. Now, I told you guys that they needed to deliver about 4.5 million shares. We're still ending up being due for the last reporting period. So I'm going to subtract that from the 4.5. And we're down to 3.23 million. I got to write this down somewhere. All right. So I expect to see more volume going through CHX here in the following days because they still have quite a bit more to deliver on. On Ape, 36.7% going through off exchange. EDGX was at 8.32. The combined total, and that's 45.02%. It's about 18.98% less than what it should have been for a normal day. And we only had 2,100 shares going through CHX. Nothing unusually large there. And on GME, CHX volume was at 0.03 or 1,001 shares. Nothing unusually large there as well. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday it was 138.816 million. Today it's 138.752. It's a little bit lower. Options. Should I screenshot options? Yeah, why not? I'm going to screenshot options just so I can see the before and after. We'll see if there's anything interesting here. Highest amount of open interest for calls for the day going in today is at a... Ooh. Can you guys see this? Okay. Hold on a second. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. And I'm going to move some screens around. We only see this happen oftentimes when they're expecting to need to control price a lot more. Like there's damage ahead. That's mostly when we see this happen. So I think that this is a little bit of a sign to me. There's damage ahead. Notice that the call I have the entire order list here on strikes listed, and it went from 0.5 to $9. That was the range. Today our range is now from 0.5 to 12. So they opened up options from 9.5 to 12. We've seen this happen on multiple occasions in the past where I feel like sometimes this is in order to kind of prevent a gamma a little bit, because they open up more options and make available for positions to be created at higher amounts to try and stop price from moving as much. It's difficult to explain how that works exactly, but it has to do with rebalancing of positions on higher price levels in order to stop large flow movement. There's probably a more sound reason that somebody who has more experience in the markets would probably say that that's simply just a tool that's used to create more positions that could be opened when price is moving quickly. I mean, we did see overnight the price rise to $8, and I mean, actually, that might make a lot of sense. In the aftermarket hours of yesterday, we saw the price rise to $8 and hold on a second. $8.59, which is just a hair over $8.50. A spike like this might justify the ability to be able to create new positions higher than $9 because there was that spike. That could be part of the reason. Anyways, there's been new call and put positions made available. They must have been made available sometime during the daytime, as there is already some open interest that's showing up at an $11 strike. There's already 10 contracts at $11. It'll be interesting to see what happens with some of the positions that are opened up there. Let's take a look at what we got going on here with calls with highest amount of open interest. It is a $9 strike, but I'm going to look and see what's closest to where we're at right now. Looks to me like $5 is still the big winner right now in open interest, closest to where we're at in price currently in open interest. So we've got calls that are in the money, still open, quite a few at 5. That's where it was yesterday. There's 33.4 thousand contracts yesterday. Today there's 34.2. On puts, highest amount of volume in open interest is at a $4 strike. Yesterday there was 112.6 thousand contracts. Today there's 140.3. It's going to be really, really, really super interesting to watch orders being made, or I should say just volume being, what's the right way to say this? Volume creation on these $9.5 to $12 strike prices. Volume. That's not the right way to say it. Volume being completed. Completed orders. Made orders. I'm not sure. I'm tired. I can't remember what it's called. Made orders. Completed orders. Maybe that's what it. Completed orders. Let's see here. Maybe it's completed contracts. I don't know. Who cares? I'm going to give you guys a little bit of music and take you over to the other page here and move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Okay. So yesterday, I had suggested that we would be breaking out to the top side of this descending wedge that we were kind of forming. I wasn't really positive or feeling good about the wedge that I drew out. We did trade out sideways out of the thing and then kind of broke back down into it. But then in the aftermarket hours, we just kind of traded sideways and continued to trade sideways at a total price of about $7.22. Which is just above 715, which is a major level of support and resistance we've seen from the past. Remember, anytime I draw a box like this, guys, it's always a suggested breakout point, not necessarily where it's going to happen. I'm still not really comfortable with this descending wedge that I had created. I felt like I needed more data, and at this point in time, I would probably create another wedge. But this one would probably look a little bit more like this. And we're really close to just seeing the breakout on this here. It's already testing it. This upper level of support, or resistance I should say, is it's pretty solid. This bottom level of support is pretty solid as well. So we should get a pretty good move. Maybe by market open. Let me refresh this real quick here. Taking a look at Ortex, short share interest of the free floats at 28.11. Utilization dropped day over day from 84.8% down to 82.96. Is it possible that means that there were shares that were returned, or does it mean that more shares were taken on? Is it possible for on loan amount to go up with utilization going down? Normally, if utilization goes down, then your share loan amount goes down. We'll see. It doesn't always have to be like that. It could be that there's just less shares being made available to borrow. That is also a possibility. In this particular case, I think on loan amounts starting to go back up again. The reason I say that is, as Arthur had pointed out, short share interest of the free float rose today. Now, what you got to remember about this is that this is estimated short share interest of the free float, Arthur. It's not actual short interest. Like what's reported versus what's actual is always delayed. It's a delayed number. So it's reporting a percentage of some of the new on loan amount as being short interest. So even though our utilization, or even though our short share interest of the free float rose, doesn't necessarily mean that it was new short interest. It just means it was estimated. Some of it was estimated to be new short interest. It could have actually been closing of positions that occurred, but you won't find out until you get the later reporting on actual short interest. So taking a look at the on loan amount, day over day, it increased from 177.55 million to 179.19. I'm not even going to try to math that because I'm too tired. I got up way early this morning. 177.55. I was up at like 3 a.m. this morning. I was a couch sleeper today. I fell asleep at like 8 p.m. last night on the couch and woke up at 3 a.m. on the couch, stiff as can be. And I'm a tired puppy. $1.64 million shares in new loaned shares for this morning. And let's see what we got going on here. Obviously, estimated short-term interest is gone up, and so let's see how much they're estimating. Usually, it's about 1/3 of the total amount of new shares on loan that is counted towards. So they're estimating that short-term interest of the free float rose from 27.99 to the 28.11. So we're looking at 0.12. So the estimate here is of the 1.64 million shares, new shares on loan. The estimate is 622,000 of that was in new short interest. And so the answer you're looking here for, Arthur, is that they don't know how much of it was actually short interest because the estimated and what's actually reported is delayed. So it could be zero. Zero amount of the shares actually went into new short interest. But they're estimating that there was some. They don't know. On loan average age per day, when you take on 1.64 million new shares, could be flatlining or maybe slightly going up. It might come down a little bit. I know I'm giving myself a lot of room for I'm going to say it's flatlined. That's still going up. Okay, so apparently 1.64 million shares was not enough to decrease the on loan average age per day. It went from 143.85 to 145.46, which means we must have some really old loans that are out there. Super, super old loans. Security lending volume rising quite a bit, and we went from 2.92 million to 38.45 million in security lending volume yesterday. A lot of trading of positions. How does that compare to some of the numbers that we've seen from the past? It's a single day here, so I kind of have to make sure that I'm only getting a single day when I zoom out a little bit here. Let me make sure. Here's some spikes back here. Hold on a second. You can see these numbers pop up on the screen here. Let me get rid of everything else so it's less stuff pops up. There was a couple different spikes in security lending volume before we had a run up from back here in April of this year. We ran from basically $5 all the way up to around $6, about $1 increase. Let's see, there's some more spikes. 6 million. Here's a big spike back here where it was 109. This is another one of those truffle shuffles that we saw back here, I'm pretty sure. Price ran down immediately after, but had a spike back up afterwards. Security lending volume is kind of one of those important ones to be watching. Those truffle shuffles usually mean something's about to happen. On Ape, there's short-term interest of the free floats at 5.59%. Utilization's at 32.96, which is up from yesterday. We went from 31.71 to 32.96. On loan amount, increasing from 16.34 to 16.76. 420,000 new shares on loan. $420. Nice. Let's see here. That's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float from 5.57 to 5.59. On loan average age per day increasing from 56.23 to 57.48. Security lending volume day over day is up from 197.59 to 1.34 million. VIX in the pre-market showing down 0.2%, and most of the markets are showing up, which they should be, anywhere from 0.01 to 0.3, depending on the market. Orders by Fidelity customers. Yesterday, AMC finished top two. 45.93% buys to 54.07% sales. Those the buy orders that I was hoping to see kick in at the end of the day didn't. Those numbers are pretty close to each other, but I still would rather see more buying than selling numbers going through there. Let's see if Ape managed to stay on the list by the end of the day. They did. Ape 51.19%, and we had a sell ratio of 48.81, so it's more buy sell on this one on Ape, but it's still not 60-40, which is the bare minimum that I like to see. GME did not make the list, likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price is $5.26 for AMC. No change to Ape since we closed at the same price, so 162 would be Ape. Shares available to borrow is 2.1 million shares. So remember, security lending volume was like massive, right? We had this big, huge spike in security lending volume. That tells you that somebody was, opening and closing a lot of positions. That's what the volume is. And so now when we wake up this morning, we see that 2.1 million shares are available to borrow. Chances are they closed out a lot of short interest in some of that volume. So we got 2.1 million shares available to borrow. They've already borrowed 100,000 twice this morning so far, starting around midnight, and then returned them. But fees are still super, super high at 974.9%. 200,000 shares, by the way, is a lot of shares. We don't normally see that much, only because there hasn't been any available shares. Currently, there's 85.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 350.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 23.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Banks in the pre-market this morning, big movers. Let's see what we got. Might not be any. No big movers in the banks. Ethereum Classic is currently down 0.6. And we're finally making it to my box here on the daily. Looking at the white line, not the. Look at the white line on the bottom and the yellow line on the top. That's what I'm looking for. And it's looking to me like we're going to see a break to the. This might bounce off the bottom line here and then start breaking towards the top, and it might break to the top side. I'm just looking at TTM squeeze right now. And it's showing there's less. This should be heading in the upwards direction soon. U.S. dollar is currently up 0.12 on an uptrend at 101.47. Oil in the pre-market is down 1.61%. It's not. It wants to break through my box so bad here, and is just not getting there. SPY is up 0.14 and on a slight uptrend this morning. Tesla is up in the pre-market 1.46% and kind of consolidating after a pre-market open that was up. Amazon is up 0.23. Amazon getting also, so this is something Arthur was talking to me about. You know, he said, "Hey, is this more of the J.P. Morgan crap that's going on?" And I'm seeing the same thing going on over here on Amazon, where they also had a very large spike of price movement upwards and didn't really result in anything. And to the next minute, it was only 745 shares traded during that minute there. So a very similar thing happening. So yeah, probably. I would almost bet money that that's probably what this is. Cinemark is trading flatlined right now. Actually, hasn't really traded at all this morning. They've traded less than 10 shares. Less? 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 exactly shares so far this morning. 11 shares this morning. Doge is up 4.7%, starting to break that level. It broke the two different specific levels of resistance that I've seen from the past. So it's getting that strong break to the top side here on Doge. These are both levels of resistance that it broke through. Bitcoin, this is day number 1 on Bitcoin for the consolidation period that I expect to see for about 3 days. I'm expecting about 3 days of consolidation just above 28.7 or thereabouts. After 3 days of consolidation, I expect it to break past 28.7 down somewhere to around 27. Maybe a little bit higher than 27. It could be around 27.5. GME is down 0.3 in the pre-market, consolidating. HYMC is flatlined. Hold on a second here. Yeah, GME had some weird stuff kind of going on a little bit, not crazy, but HYMC definitely getting some weird movement going on in here. NCMI is down 3.46. Another weird one. A jump up. What is this doing? Consolidating. Hood is up 0.35. Consolidating. Ape is up 3.33 and consolidating after a little bit of a rundown. And AMC is down 8%, and I would say currently on a downtrend, but it's moving quite quickly right now that we got our pokey stick of volume coming in here. So let's take a look at that real fast, because this is kind of that moment where I like to kind of look at the volume to kind of dictate like what the day is going to be like for volume for the day. And we're getting in about 808,000. I'd like to see 1 million shares. 1 million shares is what I'm always targeting, and I want to see for the day because that means probably around 200 million shares traded for the day. So we had about 800,000 shares. That's going to probably be about 150 million in volume for the day. So I'm going to guesstimate anytime it's over 100, I give myself a 50 million range. So I'm going to guesstimate about 120 to 170. Speaking of volume predictions, yesterday I said 180 to 230 in volume on AMC, and we ended up seeing slightly more. It was 254.8. I was not unhappy with that prediction, considering the fact that we haven't seen that much volume in a single day. I felt pretty good about the prediction. I didn't like the fact that pre-market volume was suggesting much. It was suggesting about 1 billion shares, but I adjusted for that because I knew that there was probably a lot of that Truffle Shuffle going on, and so I kind of minimized the amount or lowered my expectations on where it would go to a little bit. So I think I did a pretty good job of guesstimating where that was going to go. On Ape, on the other hand, that not so good. Let's which I'll show you here in just a second. So 120 to 170 million on AMC. It's very fully possible that the numbers that I'm predicting on volume are going to be too high on AMC, so we'll have to watch it throughout the day, as I do expect them to taper off quite a bit from what the pre-market is showing. So I think I'm getting, residual amounts of volume showing up from yesterday that's probably not going to necessarily be there today. But taking a look at Ape, we're at 235,000 shares for the day. That would normally give us about 50 million shares traded for the day. And but I would actually cut that down a little bit and say I usually cut it in half and say 25. So I'm gonna guess somewhere between, since it's under 100, I only get a 30 million spread. I'm gonna go 20 to 50 on Ape. And that tells me, with Ape being only 20 to 50 million shares for the day today, that kind of tells me that my prediction on AMC is probably going to be way too high on 120 to 170. It's probably going to end up being maybe double what Ape is, which means we'll probably see somewhere in the range of like 80 to 120. But I'm going to leave my numbers the way that they are. I've learned quite a few lessons that I just go with a prediction and then figure it out as the day moves forward, looking at it hourly. All right, back to the rest of these numbers here. Oh, by the way, the prediction that I had yesterday was on Ape was, oops, I gotta pull it back up. Hold on. 90 to 140 million, and we only had 59. So I wasn't happy with that. That was kind of a bad prediction. Moving on. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. 200 and come on, Casey. 21 million more dollars outflow than inflow. Gee whiz. That was so hard to spit out. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.7, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.25. Actually, you know what? There might be just slightly more selling pressure right now. 47.25, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with selling pressure kicking up really strong there. And then diving right back down again. But RSI is at 43.58, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.21, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $400,000 more. Wait a minute, hold on a second. No, 4 million. No, it was right. $400,000 more outflow than inflow yesterday. 242,000 shares traded so far this morning. We out on a 4-hour time interval, just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.64, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.95, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.87, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.26, which is slightly above average. Looks like their press release, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated, to announce second quarter 2023 results and host earnings webcast. When? August 8th. Hey, I'll be back for that, guys. I'll be back from vacation for that. Looks like August 8th is going to be the day for the earnings. I won't miss it after all. Taking a look at a 1 hour Ichimoto cloud. Lagging line is above price line. Price actually moved up through the red cloud much earlier than I would have anticipated. I actually felt like we would probably trade right through this cloud sideways around 180. But this going into this morning. But we actually broke out in the aftermarket hours yesterday and by quite a bit above. And then you can see here that the conversion, where is the baseline? I don't even see it on here. What's it showing up at? 1.385. It's way down here. There's the baseline. Holy crap. That is low. So prices moved through the cloud here. So what is the Ichimoto cloud saying? There's not really heck of a lot of a red cloud here, and a thinning portion of it anyways, which means that likely the price on Ape will break through the backside of a green thinning portion of cloud. So what does this need to do to stay or maintain the buy signal for the day today? A couple different things. We need to see lagging line above price line, which is going to be, we need to see back above $2.10 at some point before this time tomorrow morning for this to remain a continuous buy signal. Lagging line, baseline, when we start seeing price coming down and meeting baseline, that's going to be kind of like a selling signal. But as of right now, just getting price back above the conversion is going to be ideal. And conversion is currently at 194. So 194 or higher is going to be the push point for the day today on Ape. I'm going to put 191. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines at price line. Conversion and base are the same number, and price is heading towards the thinning portion. It is at a thinning portion of the red cloud here. There's really not a big, huge, thick portion of the red cloud. But to break into an area of seeing more upwards momentum on this, we're going to have to see price above 204. Seeing a price of 204 or higher, maintaining that for an extended period of time would cause more buying pressure. On a 1-hour chart for AMC, lagging line's about ready to hit price line. And this is going to send kind of a sell signal here to a lot of short-term investors. It already did send the sell signal a little bit yesterday, which is probably a lot of the reason why we saw price moving down the way that we did as price broke below the baseline. But when you see price moving down through the cloud here, the green portion of the cloud, and then you've got lagging line getting ready to touch price line, it's even more confirmation of potential downwards momentum on this. It doesn't have to go, it only has to trade sideways to get through the cloud here, and you can see there's green parts of cloud forming, and we see a little bit of a red cloud here, so we might see price kind of taper upwards slightly for a short period of time, and then heading back down some more. What do we need to see more buying pressure? Lagging line has to get above price line. And initially this morning, that's going to be impossible because we'd have to see 876 or higher. But going on throughout the day, I would say we'd have to see 760 or higher. By the close of today, we would probably need to see something in the range of like 588. But even 588 is not really, it's not going to get us above the cloud for the day today. So at a bare minimum, we need to see at least 655. Today's going to be, there's going to be a really, really high bar today on on a buying signal. And I'm gonna have to probably the minimum that I can put in here is going to be about 761. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base, but price is below both conversion and base. To get this back into a buying signal, we would want to see price above conversion, which is 655. I'm just going to write down 655. So those are the kind of price points that we'll be looking for that would generate buy signals. We are at a green cloud here. My guess is that we pretty much trade this thing either sideways or slightly down continuously until we either break through this cloud or trade sideways through it. We either break down to the bottom side here or just trade sideways through the cloud. My guess would be is to maybe trade sideways is slightly down, maybe down to about 469, 450, perhaps. Maybe even a fast break down to $4 before seeing a rebound on that. And with that, one of the things that I'd like to remind you guys is that just because you have volume on a single day or 2 days doesn't mean that it's all over, right? Like, it's just something that you need to see. And it does kind of need to maintain, but it'll start picking up. It was that temporary truffle shuffle is only going to be something that's going to impact for a very short period of time, but it should lead to increasing volume going forward. So just remember, this stuff doesn't happen overnight. Like, I feel like there's like this like general consensus or a thought process that once we see buying pressure and price moving upwards, that it's all over and it's done and we won, kind of thing. It's like, no, it can take up to a month before you actually get what it is that you want to see. I mean, if you go back and relive May of 2021, how long did it take us to go from, I don't even remember what prices they were. Let's go back and look at it on like a 30-minute interval on AMC real quick. Holy crap, I gotta go back far. Almost there. So the beginning of May, we had we were sitting at around like we hadn't dipped to the lowest point yet. We were around $9.70 something cents. We dipped down to about $8.92, and then as May went on, we had days where we had like these huge spikes in volume, similar to what we saw here. Right, you see this big huge spike in volume. Price moved up, and those few days there on 513 through probably like 517. So like two or 3 days of trading where we were probably just like ecstatic as hell because we saw big huge price and volume movement upwards. And then what ended up happening after that is it just died, right? And this is probably right around the time as it was dying. This is right around the time where Doge probably started ripping. Right, Doge just started ripping off the chain, and it was just like people were just flocking to Doge like crazy. And meanwhile, AMC was seeing price movement as high as we went from 892 all the way up to about 1579 before price started to come back down a little bit, and we reached a new low of 1199, a new low from that high at 1199. Right, so we're all sitting there like busted balloons and deflated thoughts, volume falling, and we're just like, this sucks. And then all of a sudden AMC starts ripping again, and this time it's a much bigger rip, right? And this bigger rip leads into the final move into the end portion of June. So just remember, guys, it takes time. You don't just see big spikes in volume and then suddenly it's all over. It doesn't happen that way. And if you can go back a little bit further than that, you can see there was even a jump earlier where we went from 830 all the way up to 1221. Volume increased during that period of time, and then it subsided and fell back down to 892. So you have to. This is why I was saying, temper your emotions. Don't get ahead of yourself. This stuff has to develop and move the way that a market normally moves. It doesn't just pop overnight and it's all over. That's not how it works. You'll know it. You'll know it when you're in it, but it's not going to happen overnight. Let's get to the $20 mark first. Once we get to $20, then we can start being a little more ecstatic. We got to get there. Alrighty, guys. Let's see here. I need to put up some music. And take a break.
Mommy?
All right, I'll see you guys back at 8:15. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Need to come up with a price prediction for the day-to-day. So I'm just looking to see. This is a pretty interesting candle for the daily on the chart here. We're currently trading at about 539 on AMC, which is about 8% down from yesterday's close, and specifically, I'm trying to look for like some kind of indication or clue as to perhaps maybe where we may be seeing price heading to. When taking a look at the Ichimoku cloud for the 4-hour chart here, I mean, it seems pretty evident to me that we should be trading through the sidewall of the Ichimoku cloud here that we just that populated, which means that we'll either be trading sideways for the next few days or potentially a little to the bottom side or the top side. But I would expect it to break through here on this cloud here within the next, let's see, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, by the afternoon of Friday. So I wouldn't expect our price to go much lower than 440 or much higher than 631, which is actually, strangely enough, is where a lot of the options are kind of stacked as well in that price range. So, but I need to kind of come up more specifically with what I think we're going to do in the shorter term. And you can see here on a shorter term, on a 1-hour chart, we're already breaking through that wall that's been set there. I think there's a chance that we see a temporary drive up in price, followed by a drop back down again. This is a tough one. Max pain is 550. I think I'm going to go with a 501 close. I know that's quite a ways down from where we're at right now. But I really do think that we're going to be heading down to retest something around $5. So it may not drop that full distance today. It might actually only hit a portion of that. Like it might close closer to 525. That actually would probably be a little bit more realistic. Yeah, maybe I'll go 525. I'll go 525 on a close on AMC. Seems a little more realistic. 525. And on Ape, kind of the exact opposites going on right now. I mean, the daily chart on this really wants us to move downwards, but we're heading towards thicker portion of cloud, and we're above it at $1.89. So if we're gonna be at a $1.89, then we may not be falling through the green cloud on a daily until the backside of that, and the 4-hour says we're heading upwards. So, if we break through this cloud, we could see some additional buying pressure really kicking in around what I got written down here, $1.91, and we're at 190 right now at market open. So we're really close to that. And then actually on a 4-hour chart, it was 204. 204 was the magic number. On a 1-hour chart, we're at 191s, and so we're already breaking through. Maybe a $2 close. It's awfully high, though. Could we break the cloud today? 204? All right, I'm going to go for it. 204. That's awfully high. I really don't expect to hit 204. But I think I may have gone a little too low on AMC at 525, so the 204 is going to help make up for that. So those are my price predictions as of right now. That's $7.29 is what I've got for price prediction for a close combined by the end of the day. Which means I'm going $5.79 to $8.79 for a close. It's about almost 10 cents lower than what I had from yesterday. I've got let's see here. Apex has 605 to 905. And Einstein has 578 to 878. Oh wow, he's 1 penny below me. That's funny. Great minds think alike. Apex, I'm not saying you're not a great mind. We have similar prices sometimes too. So yeah, so that's and Eric's got 6 to 9 again, unless he sends me a message here. It seems like it looks to me like every single one of us went down in our price predictions. So it looks like overall red, but that's on the overall price movement, not AMC or Ape individually. And I would suggest that there's been plenty of occasions out there where we've seen from the past that AMC, when it moves down, Ape moves up, and vice versa. So I think there's a strong possibility that we see that happen. Barry Electronics is going 580 to 880. That's a penny on the top side of me. Hazel says, "Quit watering the plants." Thank you for that, Hazel. We're about a minute away from me starting up the morning. I do want to note real quickly here, kind of bring this over to the other page. It's going to blind you for just a second. Overnight, because of that really weird aftermarket hours, I went ahead and plugged that data in, that 859 price movement that we had from 487 to 859. That would be a 76.4% increase. The low that we found was $5.16 on AMC, which is exactly a 39.9% drop in price. 40% is the typical turning around point. So we hit it almost smack dab right where it needed to hit. So Kind of interesting to see that play out exactly the way that I would expect it to see. So let's get this day started. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Fine place for a day full of breakdowns. Takes more than a meltdown to show us how. Throw a tank on the road, stop the meat plow.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning. I screwed up the intro. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is the Truffle Shuffle. How does it impact institutions? And originally I said the market this morning, but I want everybody to be clear that I'm not specifically saying that the whole market's impacted by a Truffle Shuffle on AMC. Although I do think there are probably things that are playing out throughout the market that are being impacted by us. That's not really what I meant to say. What I meant to say is specifically institutions that are long and short on AMC when we see the Truffle Shuffle happening. And what exactly is the Truffle Shuffle? When you go back and you look at some of the price action that happened after the judge's announcement on her opinion on Friday, we ended up seeing this like huge quantity of buying going on in the aftermarket hours of AMC, and then huge amounts of selling going on in the after hours at the same exact time. And I think what you saw happen there, and we know from some of the data that we have, we know that there's a very large quantity of failure delivers that are currently being due on every single day right now. We're at a very crucial point right now where institutions are having to find AMC shares. I think they were biding their time, expecting that the judge would approve the settlement, and that there was going to be the settlement would occur, and that you would see AMC and Ape convert and reverse split, and they were going to be able to use Ape shares that would turn into AMC shares in order to close out failure to or deliver on failure to delivers that were currently stacked up. Because those shares do have to be delivered. So it doesn't matter if there's a conversion or reverse split or not. Those shares do have to be delivered. So if the judge comes in and says, like she did on Friday, and says, we're not done with this yet, this is not over, and they've made that bet that it was going to be over, they can no longer use Ape shares to deliver with. They have to find AMC shares. So why did you see a big change or disparity in AMC and Ape price? Is because they had to buy a bunch of AMC shares really quickly to be able to deliver by today. Not only that, so and because of that, you saw increased amounts of volume that occurred, and so those settlements take a couple of days to go through. Some of them take a couple of days to go through, and so you see continuation of volume levels being increased, which was part of the reason why we saw, because of the aftermarket hours on Fridays, why we saw large amounts of volume going through on Monday. Now, price did kind of, I guess you might say, settle down a little bit, but I do believe there's still this. There's quite a big quite a big difference in the spread between AMC and Ape price, and part of the reason for that is that I think that if, for example, somebody really needed to buy shares of AMC, they would want to not have to compete against other buyers. So by making Ape more of a target, by lowering the price of Ape and increasing the price of AMC, you drive away volume, potential buyers of Ape. For at least, or of AMC, I mean. So at least for many people. And so you saw this huge shuffling of positions that occurred. Now the judge, AMC filed something over the weekend to where they thought they were going to be able to remove basically what the judge was asking to resolve, which was releasing Ape shareholders from being able to sue for damages from the creation of Ape. And so that didn't happen, right? Like the judge came back on Monday morning or Monday afternoon and said, no, not going to happen. She filed a letter back to them, to AMC and the plaintiffs, and said, like, guys, we're still not good here. So it was funny because we kind of saw an undoing as soon as that filing that she put out, or the letter she put out last night. You saw almost an undoing of what had occurred the previous Friday. Like they thought, for sure, okay, now we're going to get to use Ape again. And so they started to drop the price of AMC, and the price of Ape started going back up again. And lo and behold, you can see it settled off at about $5 and came back up as they realized that it still wasn't over. The judge was still not happy with. There's still terms that need to be met and deadlines that need to be met that she provided AMC and the plaintiff's counsel. So this lawsuit is still not over. We're still in a continuation pattern or holding pattern right now. And so that's what you're seeing. You're seeing this truffle shuffle of positions in order to complete deliveries, in order to maintain shares where they need to maintain shares. And it's costing somebody a lot of money to do these truffle shuffles. I guarantee you. How do I know it's costing them a lot of money? If you look at the short exempt volume from yesterday, we had 2.6. I'm looking for something over 3 million shares in short exempt volume to know that we're in MOASS. We were at 2.6 million shares yesterday. 2.6. Go back in history and look, guys. I look at short exempt volume on a daily basis, and I put it up there for you. I think I don't know that there's ever been a time where we've hit 3 million since June at least, or maybe not even in June. I don't even think we hit it in June of 2021. So hitting 3 million shares is I mean, it's like you're in it. But if you hit something like 2.6, something's coming. It's hurting somebody, and it's hurting them bad. Why? Because there was a lot of volume yesterday. It brought a lot of attention to AMC. You could see orders on Fidelity. People were coming in and buying AMC. It was one of the most heavily traded stocks, second most heavily traded stock out of anything that Fidelity's trading for the retail investor. So people were coming back. They were coming back and they were buying and selling. And when you create that kind of pressure on the marketplace, especially when it already has pressure to accomplish something, things start to break. And you had 2.6 million in short exempt volume. Those are shares that eventually, when you start a T plus 35 timeline, those are shares that are going to turn into failure delivers. As well as last week being an OPEC week where you have options expiration, right? Those are all coming due, and somebody probably is out there collecting shares. I don't know who, but I'm sure somebody's exercising their positions. There's going to be a lot of failure to delivers coming up in the future. This is how these kind of things unfold. You're watching this play out slowly. I know it's painful. I know you want it to happen right here, right now, and you want it to just be over with. And every time you see it jump up, you get all excited and you want it to be over. And it's like, temper those emotions. You're watching this unfold, and you're watching it unfold the way that it needs to unfold. It's happening. But you got to watch the numbers to understand that it's happening, and it's going to take its time. So just sit back, enjoy the show. Enjoy the days. Don't watch if it's getting to you. Walk away. But enjoy yourself. There's nothing to stress about right here. We're good. We got this. You're good. I know you are. I know you're so good that Bobblehead Ross wants to tell you something.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
He's back. Good old bobblehead Ross is back. He's got himself the right sayings again. Got to add in a little sparkle. All right, we got about 15 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers, guys, for the first time since market open. Based off the numbers that I'm writing down, Doug, because I saw a message from you up there about the failure to deliver. I kind of added up all the CHX volume since the last reporting of about 13 million failure to delivers, and I subtracted the CHX volume that I saw from that point going forward. And they're down to about 3.23 million shares, not including yesterday's, including yesterday's numbers. So yesterday's numbers subtracted because they actually, I think it was like 1.2 million in CHX volume yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. 1.27 million yesterday. So I subtracted that from the 4.5 needed yesterday. They're down to about 3.23 million shares that they're going to need to deliver on by... Hold on a second here. I got to pull up the right chart. When are those due by? Somewhere. I have my information. I can't find... There it is. Those are going to be due by... April 4th. So sometime between now and the 4th of next month, they've got about 3.23 million more that they're going to have to deliver. So the actual numbers got to as high as 12.6 million as early as 6/27 on the failure to delivers, which means that they would be due at least 12.6 of it would be due by 8/1, which means you could take off. You could subtract about 400,000 shares off the number that I'm giving you the 3.23 and just drop it down to 2.8 and say that they need to find 2.8 more million shares here in the next 4 trading days, and not including today. So 5 trading days, they've got to cough up a total of 2.8 million shares. Which, when you consider the fact that they, the average, actually, I don't know what the average is. The average on CHX volume right now, I'm not sure what that's at. I don't watch those numbers like that specifically, but I'd say they've probably been averaging about, actually, I should be able to figure this out. Hold on a second. Let's see, that's... That can't be right. I put the decimal in the wrong spot, that's why. They average about 576,000 shares a day through CHX. So if you figure that they're averaging 500,000 shares, just a little over 500,000, 5.75, what did I say? How many days they have left here? They've got 5 days left. Multiply 5.7 or 576,000 shares a day times 5. And that's 2.8 million exactly. It's 2.88 million. They literally have to deliver the exact average that they're used to delivering in CHX volume to hit 2.8 million shares by the 1st. If they miss any one of those days, it becomes automatic forced buying. They miss a single day. So you watch that CHX volume. If we're not over 500,000 shares a day, 575,000 shares a day on CHX, they're screwed. Unless there's a day where they can do more. Hold on a second. There we go. Took care of that one. That was easy. Dick, we know what you are. Goodbye. Wait, wait. Hold on a second here. I got one for this one. This is the coolest thing that has ever happened. Oh wait, that was probably too low. You couldn't even probably hear that. Sorry. I tried. I need to add it to my stream deck so that I can just have it like at any old time I want to. I can just start playing it. $4 million Gorilla says volume is too low. 11.5 million is what I got showing up right now. That's pretty damn decent, good volume. You must be sarcastic. McKean says price prediction for the day today. I've got 579 to 879. Eric has 6 to 9. Apex has 605 to 905, and Einstein has 578 to 878. Those are our price predictions for the day today, and that's not meant as financial advice. That's combined, obviously, which we're at 707 right now. Doug says, yo, I put it in the Discord, STDs stacking first week of August. Yep. Not STDs, though. It's FTDs. Oh, yeah. 4 million gorillas. I'm sorry, man. The volume is, it was too low. I'm sorry. STPs. Make my soul shine. I saw your comment earlier about the music being good. I wish I could take credit for picking out I used to pick out the music for the day, but I've been taking requests for a long time, and I've got such a backlog of requests that I'm working on right now. I wish I could take credit, but I mean, I do take creative. I mean, I go through and I look at them and I decide what I'm going to pick based off the selections that are given. But that's everybody else. Everybody else is doing that work for me, though. We got about 7 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. We got Ape is up 0.56 at 181. AMC is down 10.4 at 525. Splinter says SSR. That is very, very common, Splinter. Thanks for bringing that up. If you go back historically and you look at what's happened in the past, anytime AMC's ever had like a very, very large day where price moved up, you have at least you have a 10% pullback in the day to trip SSR, and what that does is that frees up the ability to create more naked shorts legally. So historically speaking, whenever this has happened, we've seen within 1 to 2 days later, trading days later, we've seen price dip by at least 10%, followed by the next, I think it was 3 trading days after that, seeing price rip really, really strong afterwards. And it's, part of the reason is that they know price is, the big price rip is incoming. And so what they do is they trigger that SSR, and that's so that they can generate or create more liquidity as price is moving upwards. It's I've actually presented this in I think it was Reddit a long, long time ago. I know I've done it on the live stream as well. The tripping price for AMC to trip SSR for the day today was supposed to be at $5.26, so we hit it. And I suggested that we would close at $5.25, which is just underneath the SSR triggering point. Oftentimes when SSR is triggered, you see price tend to rebound off that a little bit sometimes. If there were if there was shares that were being bled off in that drive down 10%, then you would likely see a continuation of price moving down further. If not, then you might see a bounce. So in this particular case, it's hard to say yet. I got 516 as our low in the pre-market last night after, maybe I got the wrong number in here. Hold on. Oh, 512. There's a 512 in here. Hold on a second. I got to rechange my numbers. We had a 512. So 512 was our lowest after seeing that big spike up in the aftermarket hours yesterday. I guess I missed that one. That's a 40.4% drop from $8.59. Yeah, 512 would have been the lowest one right back here. So 512 was the lowest, which means we had to hit 588 to reset a synthetic price failure. We have not seen that yet. Let me change my number. We were close in the pre-market this morning. Not quite. Let me make sure I'm keeping up with Ape here. All right, we're good. I think it's time. We got about 3 more minutes here before I take a look at the numbers. Let's see here. Close to an end of what? I'm not sure. It's too far beyond what I said. Preacher says, off topic, sent you on Discord the sounds converted to mono coming off both left and right speak. Awesome. Good, because that's that would help sound a little bit. Steven says, how many years equals patient? Well, there's this famous guy out there named Warren Buffett who said if you're not willing to hold a stock for 5 years, then you shouldn't be investing in it. Just throwing that out there. Carl, welcome back. Welcome from the UK, McKean. I feel like that's like code for like I should know who you are. How do fake shares affect price? They don't. What I would say is that if there's a lot of off-exchange volume that's going through the market, that some portion of that, I guess, could mildly impact price a little bit, but and off-exchange positions that are going through don't necessarily have to be. That could be synthetic share movement or positionally held moves occurring. But for the most part, though, everything that you see traded through the lit market's going to be real. It's not. There's no fakeness on that. No, Carl, it's not a no. It's just not yet. We're still in a holding pattern. McKean, in regards to a synthetic price failure, if you look at the description of my channel, I've got some videos in there, or at least one video in there that tells you about what a synthetic price failure is. There's very classic turnaround points. It's almost, I've actually had, I had somebody who doesn't like me very much suggest that I haven't done anything new in the discovery of what it is that I found. But I have what I call a synthetic price failure, which is essentially like a moving Fibonacci retracement. I know it sounds really strange. You're like, how in the world could you have a moving Fibonacci retracement? Well, most Fibonacci's are created off of price movement from the past, like historical points at where prices move to. A synthetic price failure is basically like taking a Fibonacci and applying it to current price movement and saying like these are where the support and resistance lines are going to be based on your current price movement. And so basically the 40% down is one of the is a classic turning around point in a Fibonacci sequence. So there's percentages, right? So if you take a look at if I were to draw out a Fibonacci, let's draw one out here, a Fibonacci retracement. Does it give the percentages on here? I feel like it's not giving the percentages. Let me pull it up on TradingView real quick because I think trading. Well, maybe it does it under settings. Hold on. No, they don't even do it. So the sequence for Fibonacci, right? 23.6, 38.2, 50, 61.8, 78.6, and 100%. And then there's obviously a few others as well. The specific ones that on the moving the synthetic price failure, the moving Fibonacci, the ones that I focus in on are the 25%, which is going to be really close to 23.6, the 40%, which is really close to the 38.2, and the 60%, which is really close to the 61.8% Fibonacci retracements. Now, these are just rough numbers that I came up with. Obviously, Fibonacci is based off of mathematical sequencing that is way more dialed in than I could have possibly have ever done because I'm not a huge mathematician. But based off the analysis that I had, I saw these very strong patterns of price movements where they tend to turn down when you see like a turn the other direction at a 25 to 30% range, a 40 and a 60% range. And so, without going into too much further detail than that, that's essentially what it is. Michael, good morning to you. Ape is directly tied to my strength and my flatulence. Today is my fire to be extra potent. Ape will moon soon. Invest now while my sphincter is hot. FR, no cap. Yeah, I know, man. There's a lot of pressure being applied to buy Ape, right? Like that's the whole idea here is like force everybody to buy Ape because we don't want any pressure on AMC. So thank you for highlighting that. That is exactly what the message is that's supposed to be going out that we're supposed to be hearing. Because quite honestly, AMC is where the squeeze cake ingredients is all at. There is no squeeze cake ingredients on Ape. Not yet. Not until it's converted. Breaking news, DeSantis injured in a car accident. Well, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers, shall we? Let's do this. I'm going to take you over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns specifically from me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. It's a great added level of safety. I'm going to throw this little disclaimer out there. A long time ago, I got this message from one of my brokers saying that if you didn't have two-factor authentication set up and somebody came in and did something to your account, they wouldn't be held liable for anything that happened. So I don't have that in front of me to where I can show it to you guys, but be real careful about that. Think about that. I know it sounds like a threat from your broker, but they can't secure who you are when you log in unless you have extra safety protocol set up. So how do they know who you are? You say who you are. It's like they don't know. So, if they're not willing to, take risk and are providing you a way to be able to protect yourself, and you don't take it or use it, then they're not at fault for whatever happens. Keep that in mind. But the most important thing, I can't even begin to tell you how important this is. Make sure that you have a statement of your portfolio from your broker, whether that be a digital copy or a hard copy. I don't care which way you get it. Get it. Make sure you have it. If your broker suddenly changes your numbers one day, you will never know. Either you won't know or you will know. And if you do know and you don't have proof and you can't fight it without that proof. So, and you're just going to be stuck sitting there going like, no, it should be this. And sorry, it's not. That's not what it is anymore. It's this now. So make sure you have that on hand and available to be able to make that case going forward. Give me just a second here, guys, while I transfer a few screens around, and we'll take a look at our numbers. Hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. I was a couch sleeper last night. I told my wife before she even left for work. I was like, I'll bet you I sleep on the couch tonight. It's like I wished it upon myself or something. And sure enough, I fell asleep on the couch. I could just tell I was tired. I was like, man, I am so beat. And then we ate spaghetti last night. You know how you get that like carb overload, especially when you're older. And I got that food coma going on at around 8 o'clock, and I just passed out. Woke up at 3 a.m. in the couch, and I was just like freezing and stiff. And this is why I need her to be here at night when I'm sleeping. When I'm supposed to be going upstairs, so she can wake my ass up and be like, "Go upstairs to bed." All right, let's see what we got going. Starting in the top left-hand side of the screen here, we've got price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point. Man, Apex was 15 cents away from not getting his price prediction yesterday at all. I bet he was he might have let a little shard out yesterday, and we don't know. I asked him about it. He didn't say anything back yet. Price prediction tally points for the day. Einstein got one. We all got a point, but this is what we got for prediction for the day today. I've got 579 to 879. Eric has 6 to 9. Apex has 605 to 905, and Einstein has 578 to 878. None of us are far enough apart in price predictions that we can give ourselves an extra bonus point if we're the closest. So that's not going to happen. There's not going to be any bonus points unless somebody nails it right on the dot. For the day today. Remember, this is not financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes who are trying to guess the price within a $3 range, combined price of AMC and Ape by the end of the day. Taking a look at short exempt volume. This is such a big number here, guys. 2.599 million shares in short exempt volume yesterday. Start your T35 countdown on that, because those are going to end up turning into failure to delivers plus whatever those exercise options are from last week. Man, it's going to just be through the roof. On Ape, 126.4 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Utilization yesterday on AMC was a little bit down to 82.96. Ape at 32.96. Day over day price increase, AMC was up 32.95, while Ape broke even. Max Pain increased from $4.50 to $5.50. And let's take a look at the off exchange and see what we got going on here. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off exchange is 54.02. EDGX is at 9.73. The combined total on that 63.75%. That's about 9.75% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the morning. 5,800 shares, or 5% of our total volume, going through CHX this morning. Remember, they're going to need about 575,000 averaged per day between now and the 1st of next month. So we should see at least 500,000, almost 600,000 shares going through there today. On Ape, off exchange is at 35.15. EDGX is at 7.24. The combined total, and that's 42.39%. That is lower than what I would expect to see by this time of the morning, by 11.61%. NASDAQ GSM is getting a lot of the extra. Remember, that's that global market. GSM is getting a lot of additional volume this morning. CHX is 0 shares. On GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 73 shares. Nothing unusually high for that one either. Moving forward, we have institutional ownership day over day did decrease a little bit as of last night to 138.752 million. That is exactly where it was when I refreshed it earlier this morning, so it's still the same, no change. Taking a look at options. Let's see where the highest amount of volume is so far this morning. By the way, guys, I talked about this earlier this morning. They opened up some new call and put, or they opened up some new strike prices. They opened up $9.50 through $12 at 50-cent increments, all the way up there. So we've seen this happen in the past, and it's every time this has happened, it's been an effort to try and quell large volume and price movement. And part of the aftermarket hour move that we saw yesterday might have been an attempt to kind of, I don't know. I feel like there's something that coincides with that as well, because it ran up to like $8 and something cents, and I don't know. It seems odd. Let's see where we're at. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is coming in at a $5.50 strike. That is 50 cents down from where it was yesterday, and we've got 8.7 thousand contracts. On a normal day, I would expect to see about 3,500 shares or 3,500 contracts by this time of the day. So this is exceptionally large, almost 3 times the amount of volume than we're used to seeing. And on a $4 strike is the most amount of puts. That's where it was yesterday. We have 8,000 contracts there as well. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC by the end of the day somewhere between $4 and $5.50. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.18. That is flirting with the 715 level that we've seen as a level of support and resistance that's held up so many times in the past before. We started to break out to the top side of this wedge that I drew out this morning here, and we're currently trading on the top side. That 715 really held us up. We kind of traded sideways outside this wedge that I drew here, and we're breaking through this level of support. I'd like to see this lower rising level of support here to hold. We may see a breakthrough someplace where, I mean, if price is going to want to break through somewhere, it's probably going to break where there's 2 levels of resistance to move down, which would probably be in this range somewhere in here. So we'd be looking at like somewhere between like 1240 this afternoon to 1600, sometime before market close. We may see them try and break the price down lower. Because what we're getting right now is we're getting a little bit, I'm going to move this line here just a hair. We're getting a bearish triangle. So if you use the 715 value, which we've seen supported multiple times now, and this descending level of support, or resistance rather, we're going to kind of come down to the, actually I'm going to move this box a little bit. We're going to come down to a point to where, leaving out just the tip, we're going to have a point at where we would be breaking out of this, and it'd probably be right around there. Might be sooner. So hopefully if we do break below that, we'll find some support on this rising level of support here. So far for the day today, we're showing 937,000 shares having been returned on AMC. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 28.04%. Cost to borrow mins at 25.23, average 800.99, and max is 1,010. Utilization slightly decreasing day over day on AMC. We went from 84.8 down to 82.96, while the on loan amount actually increased by 1.64 million shares from 177.55 to 179.19. That, as a result, raised the estimated short share interest of the free float from 27.99 to 28.11. I thought there was a chance that we might flatline the on-loan average age per day with 1.64 million new shares and loans, but I was wrong. It was not enough shares to cause that to flatline, which means that there's some really old shares out there. We've got 100. We went from 143.85 days on average on loan to 145.46. Security lending volume yesterday is shooting way up. We went from 2.92 million shares to 38.45 million shares in security lending volume. On Ape this morning, holy crap. That's insane. What the fudge? Somebody borrowed 60.74 million shares of Ape. Wow. Wow. It's so high. It's so high. Oh my gosh. That's not even Snoop Dogg high. That's like beyond Snoop. That's beyond Cheech and Chong high. What the heck? That's a lot of shares. 60.74 million shares have been borrowed so far for the day today on Ape. What doing? What doing? What is what is this? Okay, why would somebody do this? Why would an institution buy a whole bunch of or borrow a whole bunch of shares here? I mean, other than the idea that they would expect to see, I don't know. Somebody's shorting Ape. That's the only thing I can think of is somebody's aggressively shorting Ape now. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on that. That's just such a huge number. Okay. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.15. Man, that's so high. Cost of our average, or min is at 4.72, average is 7.11, and max is 8.84. Somebody knows something. Somebody knows something. They wouldn't do this unless they knew something was going to happen here. They know. Okay, so and this is where I'm trying to put myself in somebody else's shoes here. You know that the trial just got delayed. You know that you don't like the price going up. The market cap on AMC and Ape combined increased to over $1 billion at one point, and maybe they can't short the price down any further. And so the only way that they can continue to push down the price further and get the market cap back into maybe what might be considered more acceptable ranges would be to start shorting Ape again. So you borrow a crap ton of shares to short Ape's price down to reduce the market cap. That's a possibility. 60.74 million. Wow. All right. Utilization. I'm sorry. I'm just stuck on that. I can't wait to see tomorrow's utilization. And we're at like we were at 32.96% utilization right now with 16 million shares on loan, right? And you just took on 60 million shares. Utilization should drive over to 100. It should be over 100% by tomorrow. Over. I mean, it can't go over 100, but it should go to 100%. On loan amount increasing from 16.34 million to 16.76 million day over day. That's an increase by 420,000 shares on loan. And I don't think I talked about this on Ape. On Ape, the share amount increased from it increased by 1.64 million, and that meant Ortex estimated that there was about 622,000 shares in new short interest. On Ape, the on loan or the estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 5.57 to 5.59. On-loan average age per day is driving up from 56.23 to 57.48. If these shares, if they don't return these shares today, guys, and they actually do borrow all 60 million of these shares overnight, our on-loan average age per day is going to drop to something like 1. It's going to just come massively dropping down on this. I don't see any other way around it. Security lending volume day over day increased from 197,000 shares up to 1.34 million, and will be the largest spike probably ever. Let's see, what's the largest security lending volume in one day? 25? No, here's another one that's bigger. 34. The largest spike in security lending volume we've ever seen was 34 million shares on Ape, and we're going to get a 60 million print tomorrow if they don't return these today. It's going to be... WTF is going on here, guys? What the... What is going on? This is craziness. This is just absolute ludicrousy. Lunacy. That's what I meant to say. Lunacy. Ludicrousy is a new word. We're making it up right here. You heard it first. Ludicrousy? Ludicrous? Ludicrous. It's like mixing lunacy and ludicrous together. It's ludicrousy. Orders by Fidelity customers for this morning. AMC is on the top of the list once again. This time with a better buy-sell ratio. We have a 55.36. And this always happens, guys. It always happens where like the very first day that price starts moving up, you get a little bit more selling orders than you have buying orders. And then once you get your initial paper hands out of the way, then you start moving back towards a more buy than sell ratio. And we're at a 55.36% buy to 44.64% sell ratio. So the paper hands are out of the way. We're almost back to a 60-40 minimum that I like to see here, knowing that more than likely than not, we have more buying than selling of AMC. Moving further down this list here, Ape is on the list with a 36.33% buy to 63.67% sell ratio on Ape. But that's by retail. What is retail doing? What is... Y'all... All right. We need to have a talk. Ape is just as important. I've said this so many times. Ape is just as important as AMC. They're both equally important, guys. I want you to remember that. That's all I can say about this, but they're both equally important. Ape is AMC. AMC is Ape. They're equally important. There's no hierarchy here. That's craziness. All right, let's see if GME is on this list here. I do not see GME on the list. I mean, that shows me that people are chasing the money. The fact that Ape is down is people are chasing the money. That's what this is. Be careful, guys. Remember, what makes everything work here is buying and holding. That's what makes this entire thing work the way that it's supposed to. One is just as important as the other. I can't tell you what to do with your money, but I can tell you what's important. What I think is important. SSR has been tripped for the day-to-day on AMC. It would have triggered today at $5.27, and AMC at $1.62, or Ape at $1.62. Shares available to borrow is down to 65,000 shares. We had as much as 2.1 million shares earlier this morning, and they just kept on borrowing until we're down to about 65,000 shares left available to borrow, which means that so far for the day today we've had 2.1. I got to add in what we borrowed earlier this morning. 2.25. I'm just going to round up and call it 250,000 shares borrowed, or 2. Holy crap. 2.25 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are last seen at 1,027%. Calls, we have 109.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 18.2 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 331.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 42.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Today is Tuesday, guys. I'll open up the back of the Big Tramp book. We can talk here in a little bit. Let me finish these numbers here because I'm sure you guys want to ask questions. It's probably easier to do it in the back of the Big Tramp. NASDAQ is up 0.55. Dow Jones is up 0.05. And the S&P 500 is up 0.19. We have 3,494 advancers to 2,671 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Let's see what's going on with our banks over here. We've got plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We've got PacWest down 3.08. A lot of red, but nothing moving severely. That's the only big mover. Ethereum Classic is down 0.17. The US dollar is up 0.14, and for the most part still, I mean, it's currently on a downtrend, but I think the overall trend is upwards still. It looks like it's about ready to break that trend, perhaps. It wants to. Oil is up 0.94%. Is today the day? Is today the last day that I have on my numbers here? Oh, today's the last day. It's going to break my box. It's going to break my box. Break my box. Break it. It's got to break above. Oil's got to break above 430, 439. Like 440 would break my box here. It's up 1.12%, so it's definitely within range to be able to break above this. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.2. Actually, on both Vanguard and BlackRock, they're down 0.2 and on a slight downtrend, but consolidating currently. SPY is up 0.16 and trending up. VIX is down 0.58 and consolidating. VBR, one of the largest ETF holders of AMC, is up 0.31 and trending up. VB is up 0.46 and trending up. Tesla is down 0.09 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.26 and on a very slight uptrend. Cinemark is down 0.68. There's something going on here with these candles on Amazon. Are they getting large volume today? Hold on a second. I gotta math this out real quick here. Hold on a second. Nope, they're not on high volume either. Weird. Cinemark is down 0.78 and on a slight downtrend. Doge is up 3.65 on an uptrend and breaking some levels of resistance from the past. We may see this run faster. I wanted to say past and it kept going. Bitcoin is up 0.32. Like I said, I think we're going to have about 2 or 3 days of consolidation here before we start seeing that next breakdown to break 28.7. GME is down 0.77, but up, trending up currently. HYMC is up 3.79 and trending up. NCMI is down 3.17 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.3 and consolidating. Ape is up 1.11 and on a downtrend. And AMC is down 10.17 on a slight downtrend as well. I think we're about ready to consolidate for a little bit, but it looks like we're kind of on a little bit of a downtrend currently. What's next? I think that's Ichimoto. No. Currently this morning we've got about $500,000 more outflow than inflow on AMC. 19.18 million shares traded so far after 59 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 126.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's already underneath, I think, my volume prediction, or really close to being underneath. And I told you guys earlier this morning that I was pretty sure I was going to be above on this one today. I got to just go with my guts on what I see with the normal calculation. Obviously, if I'm seeing different numbers as soon as the morning market opens, I can make changes based off of what I'm seeing. As it stands right now, we're at a pace for 126.7 million shares traded by the end of the day, and I said 120 to 170. So very strong chances that we will not hit the volume prediction that I had. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.33, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.66, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure and a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 41.74, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.62, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately 100, just a little over 100,000. That's about $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.2 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 61 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for 58.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is much closer to the prediction, and I felt comfortable about Ape's prediction this morning. I said 20 to 50 million shares, and that told me right off the bat that my AMC volume prediction was way too high. So we're just over the 58.8 is just over my prediction of 20 to 50 million. So we'll see that come down and fall right within that 20 to 50 more than likely. And I think really what I need to be doing is I need to be looking at the overall volume on both and going back and readjusting my volume prediction based off of what the other one is making me see. I need to. It's a conglomeration of the same stock being traded through two different tickers, and so if some of the volume might be predicting a little bit higher than the other one, it could help me to identify false flag readings on volume for the day. On a 4-hour chart for Ape, we have equal. That's not equal. What is that? Yeah, let's just call it equal. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.54. Which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.1, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.86, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.55, which is below average and almost signaling oversold. Taking a look at Ichimoto Cloud on a 1-hour time interval for Ape. We move through the conversion very slightly at market open, and then are coming down and getting ready to touch base on Ape here. The active shorting that I was talking about with that 60 million shares that were borrowed, this may be part of the attempt to try and drop the price massively on Ape. So we may see something that's kind of unexpected here going on, especially with all those borrowed shares. They may be trying to drive price back down to this green cloud down here. There may be a massive attempt. Currently, the lagging line's over price line. Conversion's still above base, and until price touches down on base, it can still remain a buy signal. But once it hits base, and base is at 177 right now, once it touches base, that's kind of that sign where it's like, look out, watch out below. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversion and base are the same value, and price has not managed to push up through the cloud yet. The price for the 1-hour chart that I said we would see more buying support would be at 191, and Ape, or for the 4-hour on Ape, it would be 204. On AMC on the 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line is now below price line, conversion below base, and we've got green cloud currently where we just broke through a little bit of red cloud here. So you might see a little bit of an up push on AMC for just a hair, maybe the end portion of the day today, followed by probably some more downwards momentum going into tomorrow morning with red cloud forming. So I think price is going to kind of stabilize, maybe really close to around a $5 range, $5 to $6.50 range. to see more buying pressure on a 1 hour chart, we've got to see price up above $7.61, which is a pretty big push that we would have to see. And on a 4 hour chart, lagging lines above price line, conversion is above base, but price is below both base and conversion. And man, these charts look like crap. I think we're going to pretty much trade somewhere in between. I think we're going to break through this wall here in price, and so that means we'll be trading somewhere between 438 and 631. So divide. What's the middle ground on that? Just call it 630 and 430. So 530. 530 seems like it's going to be like the break. We're pretty much at the middle point, like right now, and we might just see like some wavering price movement on either side of 530, and it looks like they're trying to break price through around 530 for this wall here. Everybody's sitting here going like, who's they? It changes. It really does change. I know I say they, and it's like it's institutions essentially. All institutions are kind of working together a little bit on price. There's ebbs and flows, and institutionally they're trying to control price to keep it, especially long institutions are trying to keep it as close to max pain as possible. And the reason for that is that that's how they generate the most money. That's how they're gonna milk the market. I guess that's it. That's all I got for you guys. That was exciting. I feel like I've been talking forever. Casey, that was like an hour's worth of talking. What do you guys think? If I go back to college and take like a speech and debate class, do you think I'll have any hard time doing a 30-minute speech in front of a classroom? That guy, he can do speeches. All right, I'm gonna go back to the back of the big tramp. I can see what it is you're writing now, Dynamike, and as I'm trying to make my way to the back of the big tramp, I'm also trying to read what you guys are writing too at the same time. So I am now back in the back of the big tramp. If you decide to come back here, you will be live. Let's see what you guys are writing. Jathan says, Casey, I don't know anything about nothing. Wait. I don't know anything about nothing. That's like, isn't that like some kind of like triple double negative or something? But if they borrow 1,000%, wouldn't that mean the stock is actually worth around that? Not necessarily. I mean, I know people make that generalization. It just means that it's worth it to somebody to buy the shares for those kind of prices in order to, I guess, I mean, in a world of economics, if somebody's willing to buy at those prices, then the stock should be worth that much, right? That makes sense. However, that's not exactly how it works. So, yes and no. So who do we got in the back of the big tramp? Pirate, good morning to you.
You know who it is.
I had to look. You never know.
I'm always here. I'm trying to be the baked potato to your T-bone steak, man.
All right. Yale says, here's my question for Casey. If they know something, example that the conversion will go through, why not hammer the PPS off Ape, then go long on the cheap and cover their AMC short position? They can't, because they can't, unfortunately. When they close positions, it's not cover, it's closing. When they close out those positions, what's going to end up happening is this price is going to start rising, and they still have more positions to close. So real closing, in this particular case, and this is going to require you to kind of think in terms of synthetic positions that are open. In order to really actually close all of their positions, all of that has to be settled for at some point, which means that there may only be a reporting of short interest of, what do we got right now? Let's see, 27.98% right now. The problem is that there's a lot of positions out there that are unsettled for, that are likely being held up in swaps. So they got to take care of those too. They can't just close out their short interest, because what happens when they close a short interest, it's a sign of bullishness and price runs. Now all of a sudden they got to start considering that at those higher prices, that all those swapped positions are now worth more in the future, and they have to continue to short down the price in order to bankrupt the company. This all comes down to two options. They either go bankrupt or AMC goes bankrupt. There is no third option here. There is no, I'm going to be able to walk away from this clear and free. They done dug the grave, and we caught them. We caught them shoulder deep in a cookie jar. And while they might be able to close out positions and get elbow deep, they're still in the cookie jar. And so in order for them to get out of the cookie jar, the only way that they're going to have to break the cookie jar. That's the only way they're going to be able to get out of the cookie jar is to break it. That's it. There's no way out. So it's either AMC goes bankrupt or they go bankrupt. One of the two. If this was a normal shorting position where it was like realistic, like there was like only maybe 5% short interest or something like that, and there wasn't a bunch of synthetically created positions, then you would be absolutely right. Sure. Absolutely, they could close out of their positions. They could walk away from it and call it a loss, and take a little bit of a slap to their portfolio. But that's not what this is. This is something much, much bigger. Dr. Zeno saying borrow a zillion ape, then use to can kick positions on AMC upon conversion. Synthetic borrows for the can kicking on one ticker to the other. I would be more inclined to say that's a possibility. But the problem is it's going to cost them dearly. It's going to cost them a lot of money to do that. Einstein says Powell's Bowels live tomorrow, likely a sharp fest. Well, we know they're raising the rates 25 basis points tomorrow, at least based off of what I saw last time I looked. Let's see here. 1 day, 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 35 seconds from now. Oh my gosh. It flipped.
Casey, I couldn't agree with you more that they're backed into a corner on this, and I think they're well aware of that. I would just submit that they're trying to figure out the path of least pain to get out. So there's probably a few different ways they can handle this, and depending upon which way they choose, different people will profit or not profit. And I think that's where the gravy's going to lie, and who can figure out exactly how they're going to do it.
This would require us going into a long debate about how I think this would end. And it's not something I really want to talk about just yet, because we'll get there. But
fair enough.
I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying that it's more convoluted than just that. Right? Like, when let's say, I guess this is the easiest way to put it. When you're talking about national security, what happens?
The people
As it applies to what?
National security. What trumps everything? National security.
I don't understand.
National security
What
trumps
trumps it?
Yeah,
National
no,
security
nothing,
comes first. Right.
nothing
Okay, I'm
trumps
with you.
national security, right? If you define national
Right on.
security as
Yep.
being something specific, and you want to define that as being a risk to national security, anything is possible at that point. Everything is on the table, right? So, and
I agree.
I
That's
don't,
the wild card. That's the Uno wild card. Yeah.
I don't want to go down that road because we'll get there when we get there. I know it's coming, but it's going to be something that we're going to deal with later on down the road. When we get there, we'll deal with it. But you know, in terms of what it is that you're talking about, that would be where a situation where you would see who's going to take the least amount of impact and who's going to not take the least amount of impact, and you know who's going to get hit the hardest, and who are going to be the players that fold. Can we pull a few fish out of the barrel to save them, kind of thing? And it's going to be ugly.
Well, I apologize if I took us off the rails. I should have just said I agree with you and left it at that. But I agree with you that they have their hand in the cookie jar and they won't let loose of the cookies. And the only thing left is to see how it plays out. I should have just said I agree with you and let it go at that. I didn't mean to take you off your given path there. My bad.
It's all right. We'll get there when we get there. It's not. And a lot of people are probably going to get scared when I say that, you know, because people go like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And it's like, no, it's still going to be good for us, guys. It's going to be a lot more than what you expected here. So we literally caught the entire financial institution, everything that makes this country run the way that it runs. We caught it doing bullshit stuff, illegal stuff that should be illegal. But it's not because they're running the show. And we caught them. We caught them dead in their tracks, and there's nothing they can do to stop what it is that we're doing here. We have cornered the market into a position to where they have to submit that they have done wrong. And it's going to change everything. I wouldn't sit here for 2 years and do a live stream like this if I didn't believe that this was something way bigger than anybody else could possibly imagine. There's no way I would do this for 2 years. This is way bigger. It's way bigger than anybody can possibly imagine.
Yeah, but Casey, it doesn't matter until the politicians get affected. There's no national security until politicians are affected. That's why the border doesn't matter.
If politicians if politicians get paid by corporate America, then they're getting affected.
Right, and then that's when it'll be. Well, it's like Janet yelling.
It's a systemic risk to our financial institutions.
Yep.
I mean, that's the kind of crap that we're sick of, and that's where we've got. I mean, we're in the midst of a national security crisis right now called Rule 203B, and they will not enforce it because it's not affecting the politicians. And if it affects the politicians, they won't enforce it. If it all of a sudden starts hitting them in the pocketbook, then it's going to be, well,
It's a systemic risk. And I think that we should all just take a step back and a little breath. We can't have the whole banking system going down. And okay.
Sorry,
Like-
I just can't stand Janet.
I'm in shock right now because you're actually doing her impersonation so well that I want to hire you. I want to next time we listen to her speak, I want you to come on and like just do like I want to do overdubs on what she's saying. Like, can we?
Voiceovers?
Yeah, can we do like a bad lip reading one day where you just do like you do bad lip reading? Have you ever seen those? My wife loves watching those bad lip readings.
Yeah, they're the best, man. It takes creativity to write those.
It sure does.
Thank you for your question, Senator Shaw. I just want to say I took my butt drugs today, and now my butt's feeling much better.
We got to assign her a name. What's her name? Walker Wilma?
She's
Yeah,
old
that
yellow.
character deserves her own mon. Oh, is that who that is? Okay, I missed
Old
that part.
Yeller.
Very well then. Old Yeller it is.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean we're what 8 days over threshold list should be. It should have been enforced already.
Quite a few days. Mega Johnny says, have him doing that voice reading 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, that's sick, man. That's sick, and I love it.
Today, Gary Gensler pushed me up against the wall.
Man. Oh, for the love of God, please stop. Stop.
I will.
It's going to take me 3 blue pills tonight.
Oh, man.
You gotta get that image out of your.
Please.
Okay.
Please,
Oh, my
no.
I apologize to you and everyone in the chat. I'm very sorry for that.
Don't make my imagination go there. How dare you
I'm
violently?
almost certain my therapist doesn't have an opening today.
Let's see here. Do the tampon scene. Which, oh man.
Oh, it's Thorbladed's birthday?
Thorbladed, you didn't tell me? What the heck, man?
You lied by keeping the truth.
I gotta erase some stuff on my board here real quick and then put him down. Did I not put Pirate Porn's points down from yesterday? Hold on a second here. I may have missed Pirate Porn's
Yeah, they were
point.
-3. -3 points.
Pirate.
I had 14.
No, you had 2.
The number was 14.
I just wrote it down.
I can't blame a pirate for trying, man.
I didn't even read your name off yesterday, so I wrote you in a different spot, and so as I was erasing my board here,
I'm accustomed to such slights.
I just wrote you down though, so you're good. Hold on, I gotta erase everything. Here.
Somebody's got to be the Rodney Dangerfield of this group. Get no respect.
No respect.
And a Thorblade, you better not be like just kidding here, because I hope it really is. Make sure you reach out and send me a song request. You're supposed to reach out.
Thorbladed, if you'll just go ahead and pick me up at 8 p.m. like we planned earlier.
They're totally gonna do it. He's gonna get some.
Freaking got me covered.
She sounds like somebody needs to swap out her colostomy bag.
Oh man.
She's a little backed up there.
Yeah, she's one I noticed has she's been there for 3 years and she's looked like she's aged like 12. I mean, it's just been bad on her. Dynamite apparently really likes Janet Yellen. He gave me a vomit.
Somebody wants. We're checking. Apparently, we're checking to see if the judge signed off on everything here. I don't think that's the case, but we'll see. I'm looking to see. I can't. Unfortunately, I have too many views on the document page for the courthouse, and I'm not paying for it. I refuse to pay for that crap. I don't understand. Like, that shit should be free. This is like the freaking digital age era, and it's like there's no cost to them to grant access to see a document. It makes no sense to me, like why it would cost money. I'm not seeing anything popping up in any of my feeds here about anything like that, so let's see. It's not saying that it didn't happen though. For those of you who didn't hear, though,
Wait,
AMC.
Casey, they're charging kids to rent a locker in high school now.
Get out of here!
Don't expect to get any documents for free.
What?
Oh, are you kidding me, man? They got parking passes now. If you want to park now, these are the same. This is the same shit that our tax dollars already paid for.
No. The parking spaces that's been
want a locker.
The parking spaces have been happening since I was a kid. So that's not new. But charging for a locker, that's messed up.
Absolutely.
Paid for
Yeah,
parking.
yeah.
Shoot, I never would have gone to school. Probably been better off.
My parents wouldn't have.
AC went to a highfalutin school. That's why.
No, not really. I wouldn't say so. I mean, our track and field, we still had dirt, like gravel. That's what we ran on for track. They'd have to go out and yeah, they'd have to go, they'd have to go out and you know, chalk up the track every just before a track event. So, and the field wasn't turf. It was all real grass. It wasn't that special of a school.
We live in a day and age where if someone can charge 25 cents for something, you bet they're going to put a piece of machine on it.
Jason says, Casey, did someone buy 60 million Ape to be able to cover 6 million AMC once converted? It's possible, but it would be closing, not covering. It would be, and that's possible.
Oh, I thought it was borrowed, right?
They did. They borrowed it. But so it would just turn into, so you'd still have lendable shares out, right? Instead of short interest, you'd have lendable shares out. So it would still create a huge need for finding shares. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, because they could get recalled.
I can't wait to see utilization tomorrow. That should be through the roof.
Well, we got to do today. Today's got something might happen today. Moon. We're gonna moon today.
Yukon, I'd love to see the picture of your steak that you had, but I got this sketchiest internet this side of the Mississippi. I can't even. I'll just leave it at that. I'll have to look at it later, bud. But I'm well accustomed to the Jeff Ruby experience, and I'm glad that you got to swing by there.
Carter, you said you had the inside scoop on Judge Zern's schedule. Is she on vacation for most of August?
I know a lot of people were making that assumption, but I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't either.
I'm quite certain that I shared it with you that was Mrs. Pirate's little one of her habits that she's picked up, and unfortunately, I'm all alone on the bridge of this pirate ship at the time, so I'll have to wait until my co-pilot arrives, my first mate, and I'll certainly ask her.
The XO?
Arrives. Roger that. The only reason I brought it up is because the resident genius in chat was going on and on about how the judge had so much time off yesterday. Well, yeah. And when it was clearly the opposite, and ordinarily I wouldn't have even brought it up, but I never miss a chance to point out when someone's just not just wrong, but 180 degrees out. At that time, she had a full schedule Monday, a full schedule Tuesday, and Wednesday was completely open. I don't have any updates, and those things are subject to change. But yeah, as soon as my beautiful bride arrives, that'll be the first thing. That'll be the first question I put to her, other than will she refill my coffee?
Thorblade, you can do it on Discord or you can do it on Twitter, either or you could do it here. Glenn gets points for history trivia. What?
Oh, I like guys who play with words, and we made a little comment about the Jack Ruby Steakhouse in Cincinnati, which is, well, we were talking about steaks with you, Casey. That was one of the places we mentioned, as well as the McGuire Steakhouse. Jack Ruby's, excuse me, Jeff Ruby's in Cincinnati is a world-renowned steakhouse. And they were commenting, I think someone's brother got to eat there yesterday, and Yukon, I think, posted the pictures in the Discord foods section, and somebody made a joke tying it to Jeff Ruby, the man who shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and so then the joke became cool points for knowing the history and tying the two names together. Probably chased that squirrel a little too far.
I think enough time has passed.
It is time to do numbers, but there was something I was going to say first,
right.
and I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't remember what I was going to say.
Well, it's time to do numbers, and Jerome just showed up, so we're gonna have some coffee, and then have a little Netflix and coffee, if you know what I mean. Thank you, Senator Shaw, for your question.
This is the coolest thing that has ever happened. Thor-Bladed, I got you down for Steppenwolf or No Cigar Million colon. I'm okay with either you pick. Will do. Born to Be Wild was the other one from Steppenwolf. I will pick between those two for tomorrow morning. Thank you. And happy birthday. Let's get into these numbers, guys. Taking you guys over the other page here, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm still just completely shocked by that 60 million share borrow and whether those shares will be returned today or not. Because that is massively going to impact short interest. If AMC and Ape were to be converted together, we're looking at a much higher short interest than we had from the past, based off of that alone. So it's kind of crazy. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX would be somewhere between 11 and 12%. As of right now on AMC, we got 60.78% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.02. The combined total in that 68.8%, when I would expect to see about 60, so it's 8.8% higher than it should be by this time of the day. 15,000 shares going through CHX so far this morning. Remember I told you on average for the next 5 days, they need to be hitting about 575,000 shares. So expect to see that to go up today. Off exchange is extremely high right now. So the suppression of AMC price is definitely happening right now. Nothing we're not used to. On Ape, off exchange is currently at 40.44%. EDGX is sitting at 6.06. The combined total on that's 46.5%, or 13.5% lower than it should be by this time of the day. 0 shares going through CHX, and GME's CHX has 73 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. They needed those shares today, guys. and we'll probably see them coming through on CHX here a little bit later. But so far for the day today, an hour ago there was 937,000 shares returned for the day. It's now 1.98 million shares. So basically another million shares returned so far. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 27.96%. Cost to borrow mins at 25.23, average is 800.99%, and max is 1,010%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.19 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 1.64 million shares on loan. Ortex estimated that's going to cause short interest, the free float to drive up to 622,000 shares in new short interest. On Ape, oh man, it's even larger now. That's what she said. We went from 60.74 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day to 74.65 million shares borrowed. That's going to have the effect of driving up the short-term interest of the free float even further to 9.97%. Cost to borrow min is at 4.72, average is 7.11, and max is 8.84%. Man, it's craziness. It's absolute craziness. Total amount of shares on loan as of yesterday was 16.76 million shares on Ape. That's an increase day over day by 420,000 shares. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago there was 8.7 thousand contracts. There's now 14.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume so far for the day today is at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 8,000 contracts. There's now 11,000 contracts. We do have a close runner up though at a $5 strike here. So the market's kind of looks like the market may be signaling towards a $5 to $5.50 strike close by the end of the day today. I suggested we would close at 525, which would be right smack dab in the middle of that. So we'll see what ends up happening. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.06. We did break that 715 filing. It was a little bit before my suggested box that I had going on here. Not too much before. We are finding the support on that rising level of support that we've got right here. So that's good. If we do break past that and do note that there's a Fibonacci retracement level support that we've seen held up several times from the past, sitting right there where this rising level support's at, if we break past that, we could see a pretty strong push on the combined price of AMC and Ape down to around $6.67. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has slipped from first down to fourth most heavily traded stock with a 55.11% buy and a 44.89% sell ratio. Did Ape fall off the list completely? I'm looking for GME and then I think I passed Ape. Oh, no, Ape fell off the list. Ape just completely fell off the list. So only AMC on the list now, most heavily traded stocks. SSR trips at $5.27. And it would have tripped, and it did trip at $5.27 today. Shares available to borrow is at 15,000 shares. I'm sure they're going to borrow out the rest of the shares that are available here eventually. And that's going to be a total borrowing for the day when that happens of 2.5 million shares borrowed for the day. Fees are currently at 1,027. Borrowing a lot of shares at really high rates right now. 109.6. Actually, I'm not talking about that right now. NASDAQ is up 0.44. Dow Jones is breaking even, and the SP 500 is up 0.13. We have 3,297 advancers to 2,910 decliners. The market's a little less advancing than it was an hour ago, but still technically advancing. Banks, big movers. As of right now, we've got nothing. Nothing plus or minus 2.75% or greater. Ethereum Classic is down 0.77. Hold on a second, guys. Ethereum Classic is down 0.75% so far, and the US dollar is up. It's on a slight downtrend. The US dollar is up 0.07. It did break that rising level of support, and so when it breaks past that, it's going to be seeing some lower numbers. When this is down, the market's up usually. It's still up 0.07% for the day-to-day, but starting to consolidate just a little. It's on a current downtrend, but it's still in a consolidation zone. Oil is currently up 1.87. It's so ready to break past this top here, man. I thought for sure it would break out by the end of today. It's getting close. It wants to break out, I can tell. It's certainly on a consolidation right now after a pretty good uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.24 to 0.23, and consolidating SPY is up 0.11 and consolidating after an uptrend. VIX is now showing up 0.07% and consolidating. VBR is up 0.06 and I'm going with it's consolidating. VB is up 0.28 and on consolidation after an uptrend. Tesla is down 0.58 on a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.1 on a starting to flip, similar to Tesla, starting to flip to the top side here a little bit. It is breaking through the simple moving average on both Amazon and Tesla. Looks like they might be on an uptrend here in a little bit after having had a downtrend since market open. Cinemark is down 0.62 on a slight downtrend. Doge is up 3.66 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.08 for the day-to-day, and I think today's I would consider to be a consolidation day-to-day. GME is down 0.69 and consolidating. HYMC is up 7.68 and seeing a little bit of consolidation after having an uptrend. NCMI is down 2.89, consolidating. Hood is up 0.12, consolidating. Ape is consolidating after a downtrend. Ape is up 2.78 and on an uptrend after having been on a downtrend. So it's macro, a little more macro of a picture. I say macro, it's really not macro. On a larger scale, it's consolidating right now. AMC is on a slight downtrend, down 11.37% at 519. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $1.1 million more outflow than inflow. Volume is at 24.63 million shares traded. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 102 minutes worth of trading, it is on a pace for 94.17 million shares, way off of my volume prediction. I knew I should have cut it and lower down, but I left it. So I had 120 to 170. I'm over. I don't like that. Not good. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.55, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.4, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.97, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.99, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately 50,000 shares more outflow than inflow. 12.26 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 103 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 46.42 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 50 million, and we're looking good for that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.44, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.76, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring in an RSI at 49.71, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.65, which is average. me set up the screen here. Looks to me like we're going to be retesting 508 at some point here, and when we do retest 508, we might see some support. I'm not sure. I want to see a little bit more trend. I need a little bit more of a trend to make an analysis of where it's moving to. My guess is that we're probably on a descending wedge, which with falling price and falling volume, I would suggest would break to the top side, but we're going to need to retest probably something like 508 first. I need to see what that secondary touching bottom point is going to be. Likely, I would expect it to be around that 508, as that is a support zone or support price point. All right, I'm done. You guys have at it. Shin David says, "Why can't AMC hold and keep? Why can't AMC hold and keep falling? Why can't AMC hold and keep falling?" I think you mean why can't it hold its price, and why does it keep falling? Everybody who's short on this stock wants to see it fail, so they're trying to drive the price down to get investors to sell their positions. I'm just throwing this out there for you guys. Moderators do a really good job of moderating in here, and sometimes they will silence people, and sometimes they won't silence people, and people are allowed to have opinions. If you don't like what it is that somebody's saying, you have the ability to be able to silence that person for yourself. So if somebody's being disruptive and a nuisance, and you just don't care to see what it is that they have to say, silence them. It's your choice. It doesn't silence them for everybody else, but it does for you. So, but everybody's entitled to have an opinion, just provided that they maintain the 3 rules that we have in this chat, which is, do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC. When you exit your position with AMC or Ape, you do so in silence. And if you're only here to harass people, it's just an instant ban.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Pirate, damn it.
No, you can laugh at me. That's okay. That's perfectly acceptable. I'm okay. I'm used to that. My whole life, it's happened. People laugh at me. It's funny, when you can laugh back. What's not funny is when you can't take a joke. Then everybody just wants to make fun of you more. I learned that too. The best diffuser to being made fun of is always to diffuse it with more humor.
Yep. You gotta know how to make fun of yourself.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I'm ugly. I know it. What else you got? I loved it. I loved it when somebody came in here and they were calling me. What were they calling me? Were they calling me hippo or something like that? I forget what they were saying. They were calling me fat. And I was like, from now on, you have to call me Moto or I kick you out of here. If any of you guys have kids, you know what that's from. You know it's from Madagascar. Moto was the big hippo. I'm pretty sure they were calling me a hippo. And I was like, that's it. From now on, you got to call me Moto. And I wouldn't let that person call me anything else than Moto. I'm like, you say my name twice, damn it. It's so nice you say it twice. He had to say it. And I ended up kicking him. I'm like, don't you call me Casey anymore. You got to call me Moto.
Yeah, the old "you're fat." That's one of my personal favorites. Although most of my life I was not. I was quite the opposite. In my recent years, I've made no secret about the fact that I'm a rotund man of quite, what would you call it, robust dimensions. But yeah, when someone calls you fat, it's I'm like, wow, that's the best you got. That's I've never heard that one before, and you really zinged me there.
It's I like 'em big. I like 'em round. I like 'em plumpy.
I like them chunky.
Oh yeah. We know who the dad is in here.
I always have to have some meat on the bones. You can't.
Without exception, the little penguins on Madagascar that were not even loosely but based on the mob, but clearly the funniest characters in that show by far. I'll prove me wrong, but those little just smile and wave guys, the little band of mobsters, was just genius.
The penguins.
Yeah, we'll get in shape lifting all these tendies around. That's a good point, Glenn C.
See, Glenn, that's a common misconception. When people look at you in your swimming trunks and you look like a drunken evil Santa, they automatically think that you can't lift anything, and that's another one of those little fallacies. And it's I'm living proof that, like I said, being one of robust stature doesn't necessarily equate to being weak.
Yeah, so two different things here. Sorry, I'm changing the topic here. Sorry, I'm reading through the comments. But Trevor said,
Trying to make him laugh.
Trevor says, okay, serious question. Did something change in the last day with settlement to cause the drop back down in the after hours and Ape with a small run? And then he says, I didn't see any news, but might have missed it. And then Einstein said, the price action on AMC coupled with the strange borrowing, isn't this indicative of what takes place right before a dip? Oftentimes there's very large quantities of borrowing of shares right before a rip, and I'm sure everybody has heard this at least once before, where the dip comes before the rip. So oftentimes that is the case. Why borrow a whole bunch of shares beforehand? Because you're getting them at a cheaper price, and you can sell those shares back into the market when price is running to help control price movement upwards. Which seems counterintuitive. Most people don't think about it like that. That's called accumulation. Yeah, Steven, you got to stop thinking in terms of what's real and what's not real, and just everything is real. Doesn't matter. You got to get it out of your head about the whole, synthetic versus real shares. What you're seeing happen is all real. So when you say there are no shares, there are. They're all over the place. There's tons of shares. The question is how much of it's actually being able to be traded, and you're seeing it. You're seeing that yesterday, in totality on AMC, that there was over half the entire float traded in a single day. So you can't tell me there's no shares if half the entire float's traded in a single day. It's all real. What you need to think in terms when it comes to share movement, probably a better way to think of it, or to try and wrap your head around it, is to think of it in terms of money. Right? And so if there's money involved in share movement, then the money's real. It has value. Somebody is finding value in those shares and that share money movement. So just really kind of think of more like this is money with shares applied as a way to track the money. But it's not necessarily like, it doesn't matter if it's a real share or it's not a real share. It's a money movement. Doug says, will AMC crash into the threes once she approves the settlement? I don't know. That's a good question, Doug. I know that any institution who's short AMC would love to see the price as low as possible on a conversion reverse split, because that means that the total price afterwards, after the conversion reverse split, would be lower, and give AMC a little bit less room to be able to dilute into to raise capital. But I can't tell you if that's going to happen for sure or not. Jim says, I just read that the special master's bill is 50x the value of Allegheny's AMC position. What was the point of their lawsuit again? Man, look, I listened to, I think, 1 day's worth of and it wasn't even the whole day. I listened to like just a very short portion of one of the 2 days of the trial. And it just so happened that one of the two time periods that I was listening to, the plaintiff's lawyer says, look, I didn't want to call it a bluff. and he's referencing the lawsuit, and that they were basically doing the lawsuit as a bluff to try and get a settlement. And that's all you needed to hear out of both of those 2 days of trial law. The only thing that you needed to hear was the plaintiff's counsel saying that it was a bluff to try and get a settlement, and that he didn't want to call it that. He didn't want to call it a bluff, but that's what it was. You didn't have to hear anything else. That was the craziest part. Christian, no, I don't. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you, but I have no idea. Dre Mullins, I mean, you can say you bought more shares, yeah. 10's good. Let me check something out real quick here. I think do I have you guys on the right page? I have you on the right page. I feel like there's something I was gonna pull up and I can't remember what it was. Dang it. This is what happens when I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. No more of that. I fell asleep on the couch, Steven. My wife went to work last night, and I told her before she walked out the door, I said, she works night shifts. And I told her, I said, you know what, hon, I'm going to pass out on this couch, and you're going to come home and find me on the same spot where you left at. And sure enough, 8 o'clock at night last night, I was sitting there watching some TV and passed out on the couch. Woke up at 3 a.m., was trying to convince myself that I needed to go upstairs and sleep a couple more hours up in bed. Pulled out my phone, and it was all over with. There was no way I was going back to sleep as soon as I pulled my phone back out again. It was just like, oh, man. As soon as I did that, it was over. Hazel says, will the lawsuit be a good thing for us? Are they sorry they opened a lawsuit? I don't think it's a good, I mean, it's so hard to answer this question. In some ways it's a good thing, in some ways it's a bad thing, in some way, and for us, and for AMC, in some ways it's a good thing, in some ways it's a bad thing. So, it's hard to say. It's serving its purpose. What position do you have? Do you mean like, do I hold shares of AMC and Ape? Yes. I'm not sure what you mean by position do I have. It's too vague. I don't play options. DM says doggy. I don't play options. I know that was a good one, right? That was a good one. I don't hold any options, and yeah, my position is missionary. No, it's definitely doggy. Let's go with doggy. I like doggy better. Yeah, that's my position. Yeah, I'm long on AMC and Ape, which is AMC. You know it, Steven. Absolutely. Edward, that hasn't been confirmed yet, as far as I know. As in regards, I mean, that's what I've heard some people say that she's going to go on vacation for the month of August, but I don't know that to be true or not. Troy says, "Do you think we will be voting on Ape to AMC again?" No, absolutely not. Michael Furbury says, "I see that Chancellor Zern is smarter than all of them. I think she understands what's happening, and I think she's a little pissed off about it. I don't think she likes her courtroom being used as a tool." Steven, 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks around here, buddy. Trevor, in regards to your serious question, I don't believe that there's anything that would be stopping him from doing that, because he still does have AMC preferred equity units. So I think he could do something like that in regards to what it is that you're saying there. I kind of feel like, in part, one of the reasons that we may have seen that letter that came there's a couple different reasons why I think we saw that letter that came out from Adam Aaron. I think it was on yesterday. In part, that may be the letter that kind of like basically gives us like a heads up, like, if something like that were to happen, they could maybe use that as an option. I think the only way you would see that being the case, though, wouldn't be at a $9 strike. Or $9 strike, but a $9 price. I think the price would have to be way far higher than that, and maybe closer to like a $50 range. What do you call a lawyer that failed law school? A judge. Did you? I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there are judges out there that don't have law degrees, right? I don't know if you know that or not.
Judge Fu, he didn't have a law degree.
Judge Fu.
You're right. Municipal judges, they're voted in, and they don't have to have a law degree.
Right. My dad ran for municipal judge in San Diego back in the when was that? Probably in the early 2000s, and lost to the incumbent, but it was really close. The unfortunate thing is that believe it or not, the incumbent judges usually have law on their side. as voters. Which obviously you scratch my back, I scratch your back, kind of a mentality. So it's really difficult to beat out the incumbents.
They usually handle civil cases. That I'm not sure of.
I believe that to be the case.
Look at me. I'm a preacher with no studies.
Despite that fact that there are judges that don't have a law degree, I would still argue that there's not a whole lot of short bus riders who end up sitting behind the big bench up in front of courtrooms.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. No. I've been called as a material witness for a lot of lawsuits in front of municipal judges, and they'll question me aside. What are your this, that, and the other? And I'll tell them, and they'll be like, "Okay, no, never testified. Always called, always never a bride, always a bridesmaid." Well, I said that wrong.
Where do you hang out, Fu, that you're around that many things that you need to witness? Be a witness.
Insurance.
By the way, Casey, I know I can go back in the video, but I don't know where. I would need to go back. I had to step away for a moment. I know you started talking about the fact that they're shorting Ape, and what basically they borrowed and they're shorting. What do you think? And sorry if I'm asking you to repeat yourself, but what do you think they're planning with it?
Well, first off, we're not going to know for a while whether or not how much of that was actually in short interest. It may not be any of it. It may just simply be loaned out positions that have no shorting interest whatsoever. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying it's a possibility. In regards to what would be done with it, somebody was asking earlier, could they be borrowing 60 million shares, or I guess it's now up to 74.6 million shares? Could that be then converted into 7.6 million AMC shares after a conversion and reverse split? And the answer is absolutely, it could be. They may be planning on using those shares to deliver failure delivers, or maybe even delivery of shares to people that they would need to deliver shares to. All I know is that's going to absolutely increase the total amount of shares on loan to a much larger percentage of shares on loan, and is not a bad thing for us. I like seeing really high numbers like that. It makes more risk. It increased the risks levels.
Okay.
But it's like impossible for me to say exactly.
Definitely, of course.
Yeah. We'll look at the numbers again here in about 20 minutes or so, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen.
I'm still considering what's a better. I know we're not going to touch on this, so we can't discuss it. Still thinking what's a better buy. I know we should be alternating, but yeah,
it's I unfortunately can't go there. I wish I could.
Definitely.
Yeah. But I will say AMC and Ape, and I've always said this, AMC and Ape are both important. If you
One is probably importanter.
Go ahead.
Not just that. One is probably importanter,
Or more important, yeah. Important.
No, I don't know. I don't know if you know the joke. There was basically like a sign outside the gym. The gym was right next to a library, and the sign said like, "Knowledge is important, but muscles are importanter."
I love it.
That's pretty good.
Looks like we're in a descending parallel channel, guys, on AMC, which means we should break to the top side here. Let me draw it out real quick. I was hoping we would get our secondary touch point in, and we did. I don't have 3 touching points on the top side as of yet. Well, maybe I do. Yeah, I do have 3 touching points on the top side. So it looks to me like we're on a descending parallel channel on AMC, which means we should break out to the top side on this. The question is where. Oftentimes I find that Fibonacci retracements often tend to be good, strong levels of support, and you tend to see price kind of finding itself working its way into a consolidation between a point of support and a point of resistance, and to which point it breaks out of one of the two. And oftentimes, if you've got a big, strong signal pointing that it's going to be a bullish move as a descending parallel channel like this, then you would draw a box toward leaving out just the tip and say that's going to be your breakout point to the upside, which would put us at around 12.14 today. Let me just check something real quick here. 5.16 to... Yeah, that's close enough. Might need to pull this back just a tad bit more. So what we'll be looking for here is consolidation in between these two lines going into the box here, and then an eventual breakout to the top side. Or we'll see it, retest the Fibonacci retracement here and break down through it and continue to form lower lows below within this trend, downwards trend here. I have us for a $5.25 close for the day today. I would not be surprised to see us break below 5 temporarily to close out a bunch of perhaps maybe short positions that may be opened at a $5 strike. When that does happen, we should see a bounce off of that. We did see a low of 503 so far. 503 gives us a new low since $8.59 in the aftermarket hours yesterday. And that would be a 41.4% decrease in price since that 8.59. Trey says, are we going back to BJ's with just the tip? I don't know, man. How much you like pizza?
We are now.
How much you like pizza? Are you a deep dish kind of guy? Wait, where's my drum on that one? Come on. You got to be all over that. You do share a namesake. You do share a namesake with a guy who used to do YouTube and had a big toy. I didn't know what to call it. I didn't want to call it by its real name. They're called Yukon. They're not called deep dish. BJ's are called. It's called a deep dish Pizookie. By the way, it's a real thing. I'm not even. I feel like I got to show you now because I feel like if I don't show you that there's really a deep dish Pizookie.
Share it with the rest of the class.
I'm not even sure how to spell it. Pizookie. Pizookie, there it is. Actually, I probably should have just gone to images.
Just imagine a brand new listener just tuning in, and the first thing they hear is, I don't even know how to spell Pizookie.
There you go. Deep dish Pizookies.
Oh, my.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little phallic looking at them.
Not at all. Oh, by the way, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a secret on these deep dish Pizookies, and you can make them at home too, by the way. If you're ever going to make a deep dish Pizookie or you're going to eat one, there's a little trick to this. Scoot the ice cream over to the left a little bit. Eat out the center portion of cookie underneath where the ice cream would normally sit. And then once you're done with that portion of the cookie, push the ice cream back into the middle portion, and then proceed to eat the cookie around it. And the reason that I say this is if you've ever had one of these, the main problem with eating those is that anything the cookie is hovering over, or anything the ice cream is hovering over, ends up freezing the cookie onto the pan, and you cannot get it off. It is so difficult, and it makes it almost impossible to eat. But if you like your pizookie that way, it just depends on how hard you want to get your pizookie. Come on, get with it. Come on.
That sounds like something you would hear when you turn the corner on a shady street, you know, like get your pizookie on.
Got your pizookie.
I can hear my lawyer in Thailand now. My client was not happy with the pizookie that he was brought.
There's been portions of me.
He clearly had a coupon.
There's portions of me that really want, like, after this is all said and done, for like Congress to like call me up to talk, and I really hope I am so, like, there is strong portions of me that really want them to be like, could you please explain to us what a big tramp is?
You have no idea. No idea
the big tramp?
The lengths that I would go to. The lengths that I would go. You have no idea the lengths that I would go to be able to go to that congressional Senate hearing. And sit there in full pirate regalia and answer those questions.
I would
go down in history as the greatest ape to ever have walked the earth.
I mean, I would. That's like one of those moments where it's like you either go down in the history books as like an epic failure, or you go down as like, and everybody loved DFVs. Like I just love the stonk. I'm gonna be sitting there going like,
yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try my hardest not to bust up laughing the entire time, and getting
like, you said but.
You said big tramp.
The opposing counsel would like to hear the court recorder please read back the last part of that testimony. I can hear the girl now. Well, something about butt drugs.
Could you please explain to us how butt drugs helped you to? You claim that butt drugs.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Objection. And they're like, no, I'll allow some latitude on this. I want to hear more about the butt drugs.
Could you please explain how you use butt drugs to help people to hold their positions?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Leading the witness.
If anybody asks, I'll tell them God made me do it.
I'll allow a little latitude on this. I'm interested to hear more of what he has to say about this whole butt drugs phenomenon.
They'll never call me. They'll never call me to come and talk. I guarantee it. There's no way.
I hope they sit you right next to Janet Yellen, because you'll just be chuckling the whole time.
Man, what I wouldn't give, man.
There's no way.
And a guy could prepare himself. You could prepare yourself, Casey. I mean, if you knew you had it locked down, you were going to be in that chair, and those cameras were going to be on you. Oh my God, the preparation! You could go in loaded for bear, man.
There's no way.
No pun intended.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah.
They shave off one of your eyebrows or something. That would be hilarious.
I'd have to drop like $50,000 on just a costume.
I was just going to say,
Hollywood people. I would make Johnny Depp would be jealous of me when I walked into that place. They're like, next on the can we have Mr. Pirate raise his hand to be sworn in? And when I stood up, oh my God.
I mean, like, I understand, like, the needing to have respect and everything of what it is they're doing there, but can you imagine wearing like a printed shirt with bananas on it?
Oh yeah. Oh, by all means, I could not agree more. It would be nothing but decorum, respect. I mean, proper language, absolutely no profanity, but it would be fucking hilarious.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do mean
Exactly. Exactly. Right up to that edge, Foo. You could walk right down the edge of that thing where you're not really being disrespectful, but they would probably have to clear it. I could just hear her slamming the gavel down now. If I have to quiet this courtroom one more time, I'm going to have the bailiff clear the room. You know, I'm like, and then she's going to give you the stink eye, and you're like, look, Your Honor, I'm just, I'm dancing to the song you're playing down here.
You cross your heart with your hook. I swear to tell the truth, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
McKean, 2 weeks, McKean. 2 weeks.
I'm curious, what's happening with Ape? Like, there's no volume. It's just barcoding with zero, like barely any volume. Is it like, do they don't want, like, just like you said, Casey, also with the poll, they probably don't want people to touch it.
Yeah.
They're making it boring.
Make it very difficult for people to see that as a big buy. How do you it's all about reducing volume and controlling price. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Edward says there's a lot of reliable indicators pointing us to a really bad recession, yield curve inverted, credit tightening, slow economic growth. I think it was supposed to be worth, etc. Hopefully it will get us before reverse split and conversion. Crossed fingers. Yeah, I know, man. I'm with you on that. Speaking of that, though, I do want to touch on this real quickly. Today was supposed to be the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index reporting. And consumer confidence. Consumer confidence is way higher than they thought. So here's the problem. You have inflation. Inflation's coming down, by the way. But you have you still have high inflation problems. And you see consumer confidence was being reported at 110. They are expecting an increase to 112, and we ended up getting a reporting today of 117. So consumer confidence is way higher than it probably should be. These are the signs. These are the signs of what it should look like on a recovery. The problem is we've still got the inverted yields, like was mentioned. I mean, there's so many different inflationary problems and signs of a recession still, and yet we have consumer confidence up. That doesn't sound good. Let me read it to you guys. It says, Consumer Confidence Index jumps to 117 in July from 110. A survey of U.S. consumer confidence climbed a 2-year high of 117 in July, a sign that Americans are growing more optimistic about the economy. The closely followed index rose 6.9 points from a revised was 110 in June. The conference board said on Tuesday, consumer confidence tends to signal whether the economy is getting better or worse. The index has rebounded from a weak spell early in the year, though it still lags well below pre-pandemic levels. Economists polled the Wall Street Journal had forecasted the index to register at 112. A measure that looks at how consumers feel about the economy right now rose to 160 in July from 155 in prior month. That's the highest level since the onset of the pandemic in March 2020. Greater confidence was evidence across all age groups and among both consumers earning income less than $50,000 and those making more than $100,000, said Dana Patterson, chief economist at the board. A confidence gauge that looks ahead 6 months in advance to 88.3 from 80 in June. The Future Expectations Index is a mark that often signals a recession ahead. The index has been below that level in every month except for 2 in the 16 months preceding the July report. Americans aren't exactly thrilled about the economy. They are paying more for everything because of high inflation, and now rising interest rates have made it more costly to borrow borrow money to buy a house, a car, and other big-ticket items. Yet the U.S. jobs market is as good as it's been in years, with Americans saying jobs are easy to find. Unemployment is near the lowest level since the 1960s, and wages have risen more rapidly to help offset some of the inflation pain. Guys, That's the last key ingredient we're missing for stagflation here. It's unemployment rising. That's it. It's all we need in this thing, and everything. Just all the indicators that we need are there to say that we're going to a massive recession. As a result, households are spending enough money to stave off a widely predicted recession. Households are feeling better all around, said Chief Economist Stephen. It's probably Stephen Stanley. I want to call him Stephen because it's a PH. Of Santander Capital Markets. That may or may not translate into a discernible pickup in spending, but the consumer is certainly happy and no longer is worried about recession. That's the end of the article. And then I want to read one more to you. The other one is Schiller Home Price Index. They were expecting a drop on that, and it actually stayed the same. Let's see what it says. U.S. home prices rose for the fourth straight month in May, according to the S&P Case-Shiller Index, a broader measure of home prices. The national index rose month over month in May by 0.7, but was down 0.5 over the past year. All numbers are seasonally adjusted. Nationally, year-over-year appreciation in May was down 1.7%, though unchanged from the previous month. A lack of supply remains a problem for the housing market as buyers face heavy competition for previously owned homes and turn to the new home market. Though mortgage rates are still hovering around 7%, rates have not dampened buyer demand as they've adjusted to higher rates. Cities in the Midwest posted the strongest home price gains in the month of May. Chicago, Cleveland, and New York led the rankings as the top 3 cities with the highest year-over-year price gains among the top 20 cities in May. Homes in Chicago gained 4.6% in May 2023 as compared to last year. A separate report from the Federal Housing Finance Agency also showed home prices rising in May, up 0.7% from April. Home prices were the strongest in the Pacific region, according to the government's data, and over the last year, the FHFA index was up 2.8%. The data may suggest that buyers are turning to affordable markets in the Midwest as they continue to find the current housing market challenging. Homeowners are holding out on selling homes, opting to stay put or even rent their home out and wait until mortgage rates come down enough such that selling and buying a new home with a new mortgage won't be as expensive. That's gonna suck for them a little bit. I mean, that they're not gonna get to use that as a write-off if they're not living in the home. In order to avoid capital gains tax, you have to be living in the home for, I think, is it 6 months, Pirate? 6 months? It depends. I think it depends on the state.
Years.
Years? No.
2 years.
2 years? Okay.
I'm sorry. I was typing. The question for taxes is. Sorry, what was the question again?
Well, no, I think you're right as far as you have to be in the house for 2 years, but how long have you had to spend the last period of time to avoid capital gain? Well, look, that's a tax question I shouldn't be asking. Never mind. Sorry.
No, that's a fair question. Based on my experiences, you don't pay. You have to live in your personal home for 2 years, and then you can sell it. And unless they've changed the tax code, the first $500,000 of net gain per family was tax.
This is not tax advice.
At a much lower rate or tax free. Yeah, exactly.
This is not tax advice.
It's just what happened to the pirate. Yeah, I'm not giving tax advice or financial advice. I'm just telling you what happened to the pirate.
Disclaimer. Buyers, on the other hand, frustrated by a lack of options and heavy bidding wars in hot parts of the U.S., are looking for new homes, and builders have ramped up construction to meet demand. That's probably all I'll read on that.
You caught me with my pants down, KC, because a news flashed up on my screen, which I have muted, and it was breaking news that UPS and the Teamsters have reached a tentative agreement, and that essentially means that there won't be a Teamster strike. And I know we have several truckers in chat, Highway Frog and Glad Hand Deb and many others, so I was trying to bang out a little note there, and I lost focus. So I guess I won't be seeing a Christmas bonus this year.
Yeah, cool for you. Only.
Yeah, I got too full of myself there. I was trying to listen to you, watch the breaking news on TV, and then make people laugh and chat
Nah, you're fine,
all
man.
at the same time. And I flew too close to the sun, and my wings melted, and I crashed Earth.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. However, Wrench says, you said pants down and banged out. You're fired. HR would like to speak to you. Something tells me, Pirate, that it's a good thing that you work for yourself. I have the feeling that you are the kind of person where, in today's workforce, you may not say the appropriate things sometimes, and would probably find yourself talking to HR on a regular basis. Is that true? You wouldn't know.
Did you mean foo dog? Yeah, that would be mean.
Did I say foo? I meant pirate.
Oh, you said pirate.
Yeah, pirate.
Oh, okay.
No, I would say that about you too, though.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a gimme right there.
And I would actually say it probably about Yucca as well. What is going on here? Why am I hanging out with a bunch of guys that are not HR approved? There's something.
Question to yourself.
Yeah, this speaks very loudly about me.
You're hanging out with the wrong crowd, Casey. Here we go again. Mm-hmm. Oh shit! Here we go again.
Who's influencing who here?
It's all those
influencing fools. I don't think we'll ever know what's influenced or what or who is influencing who.
Arthur Martin's cracking the whip on me here. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's do that. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Arthur, I love you, man. But I'll do the numbers when I want to do the numbers. I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at, let's see, what are we at, 11 o'clock? 62% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We're at 62.3% alone on off exchange for AMC. EDGX at 7.63. The combined total in that 69.93%, or about 7.93% higher than it should be. The CHX volume for the day today is at 56,000 shares so far for the day. On Ape, off exchange is 43.73%. EDGX is sitting at 5.91. The combined total 49.64%. That's about 12.36% less than it should be. Zero shares going through CHX this morning. GME is at 73 shares. So actually, let me refresh it. 589 shares for GME. On Ortex, what are the chances that it's like more now? More shares on loan. Probably pretty good. Let's see here. So far for the day-to-day returned on AMC, we've got a total. We went from 1.98 million shares returned an hour ago to 3.69 million shares on AMC. Short share interest of the free float sitting at 27.85% now. We have cost borrow mins at 25.23, average is 788.35, and max is 1,010. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.19 million shares. That's 1.64 million shares less on loan today, or more on loan today. Sorry, more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex has estimated about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 74.65 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 73.26, so they have returned some shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to slightly drop, maybe to 9, which is reading at 9.89% now. Cost borrow mins at 4.72, average 7.11, and max is 8.84. Miss Pirate wants to throw in some numbers. Let her go ahead and go.
Oh my God, we're on a hot mic.
Hey, she's got numbers. Let her go.
I'm so fucking sorry, man.
No, it's okay. I'm dead serious. Let her read off some numbers. I want to hear them. I'm totally. I'm not
Look,
mad.
man,
I'm not mad. I want to hear her read some numbers off. What you got?
no, it's all good. Listen, we just had an explosion here. So first of all, I'm trying to do my thing with you guys because that's my pleasure for the day, and she knows I'm not to be fucked with. But she's outside, flailing her arms and calling for me frantically, and I run outside. There's like a small miniature mushroom cloud, and she thinks a plane just fucking bit it. Turns it was just a I don't know, training exercise, and they set off some munitions. So then I come back and I missed a whole bunch of chat, and I feel like I'm out of the loop. So I'm trying to type in an explanation and make it sound cool. And then I look up and she's settled in, and she's giving me something that she found about J.P. Morgan. And then I hear you say that, and I knew I was fucked. I felt like I was just standing there with my pants down.
What is it? What's happening with J.P. Morgan? Tell me.
She said, J.P. Morgan. I'm so very sorry. Goldman Sachs just put out a price target for AMC of 175.
And I'm not confirming it.
She said she hasn't confirmed it yet. It was just something she found. So
That's better than the 99
this
cents.
is the same woman who told me a plane just crashed. Remember, this is the same woman who just said a plane crashed.
That's better than the 99 cents that was being projected on us before that last bank went under. So that's not bad. I guess.
Hot mic, man.
No.
On me.
Dude. I'm not trying to make an example or set an example or anything. I think I'm totally being serious. Like I wanted to hear it. It sounded like it was important, so I wanted to hear. All right, let's continue on with the numbers here. Shares on loan for the day-to-day on Ape is at 16.76 million shares. That's 420,000 shares more on loan today on Ape than there was yesterday. If she ever has like hot breaking news like that, man, you should always have her come in and announce it. I've always told people, interrupt me in the middle of these numbers anytime because it doesn't bother me at all. Sometimes I feel like I just go on and on and on, and people are like, they could probably use a change. Let's see here in options.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Sometimes I have trouble discerning what is humor and what is factual, and then sometimes I'm too eager to participate, so I don't want to be one of those guys who misleads you on something. So, but no, I'm eager to do that.
Cool.
Make certain that I take that.
Awesome. Largest amount of calls right now for a strike price in volume for the day today is at a strike price of $5.50. We saw 14.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now at 20,000 contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, it was $4, so it's gone up. And we went from 11,000 contracts at $4 to 16.5 thousand contracts at $5. Combined price of AMC. Well, that means that the market's suggesting the closing price on AMC is somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. On AMC and Ape combined, we're at 706, which is just we did break down below the 715 a little bit before the box that I had suggested the breakout below 715, and it did run past. We didn't get the support that we needed at this rising level of support here. Broke past that, but did find some support before making all the way down to $6.67, and are now retesting this this rising level of support as a rising level of resistance now. So we're kind of trapped right now between a Fibonacci retracement of 703 and this rising level of support. So we may see this kind of megaphone out a little bit, and price kind of consolidates for a little bit, and then megaphones a little bit before maybe breaking one or the other. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently 5th on the list with a 55.08. Hold on, let me refresh this again because I feel like this is old data. Oh, I should have just checked the time. No, it was current. I don't know why I didn't just look at the time. AMC is 5th on this list here with a 54.9% buy to 45.1% sell ratio. Ape fell off the list in the last hour, and GME fell off after the first hour of trading. SSR was triggered for the day-to-day on AMC at $5.27. There's only 9,000 shares available to borrow so far. Ape would trigger today at 162. There's currently 9,000 shares left to borrow. Fees are last seen at 1,027%. And looks like they have not returned any shares yet today. NASDAQ is up 0.65. Dow Jones is up 0.23. S&P 500 is up 0.3. We have 3,287 advancers to 2,956 decliners. I think it's about where the market was an hour ago. It's pretty close to it anyways. Big bank movers. We got Silvergate down 6.25. Everything else is less than plus or minus 2.75%. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 0.48, but on a slight uptrend. DXY, or the US dollar, is breaking even and finding support at $1.35, or 101.35 rather. Oil is up 2.1%. Oh, it was so close to breaking my box. It was so close. It's so close. It wants to move up so bad. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.18 to 0.16 and currently consolidating. SPY is up 0.28 on an uptrend. VIX is up 0.58 on an uptrend. VBR is up 0.17 and slightly on an uptrend. VB is up 0.35 on an uptrend. Tesla is down 0.71 and consolidating. Amazon is up 0.19 and on a slight uptrend. Cinemark is down 1.07 and on a downtrend. Doge is up 4.21, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.22 and on a slight uptrend after it's on a little bit more of an uptrend than it was an hour ago. Currently. GME is down 1.13 and on a very, very slight downtrend. HYMC is up 6.9 and consolidate. Wow. That is some major consolidation right there. They're trading under 2,000 shares, or under 3,000 shares almost every minute. The last few minutes only been 100 shares at a time. It looks like the market doesn't want to get made on HYMC right now. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta look at this real quick because this is worth looking at.
Can we sing while you're gone? Can we do a solo?
Yep, go for it. I'm not kidding. Why are you kidding?
By the way, Casey, in the meantime, we dropped a few more cents on Ape. Some volume seems to be coming in.
I'm just looking at the numbers here. I think one of the things that's kind of particularly interesting about HYMC right now is that the cost of borrow is as high as it is with such utilization's only at 76%, which means that they've got more shares to borrow. But the shares on loans, not very many. I'm not really sure why this is doing what it's doing, other than the fact that maybe the gold prices are up. Maybe. I haven't looked yet. If you one of you guys want to look at that for me real quick, I'd appreciate it. while I'm going over the rest of these numbers, is gold heading up right now. NCMI is down 2.86 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.47 and on an uptrend. Ape is down 1.39 on a downtrend currently. AMC is down 10.34 on an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today, we've got about $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 30. That's not right. I just gave you a wrong number there, big time. $2.5 million. 1.5. 32. $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. Volume is 36.48 million shares for AMC. After 166 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 85.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 120 to 170. I'm way off on that volume prediction. I'll get better. 4-hour time interval. There's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.
Did they said 175? Oh, shit! I did it again.
Oh, nice.
Somebody play the wah, 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 wah.
Wait,
Fuck you, Casey. I hear you laughing at me. Just fuck you, man.
Casey, now you have this on stream. You can go back, snip it, and use that as a sound, on the Discord. God damn, I did it again.
Oh man, 53.43. That's true. I totally forgot about that. We've got you recorded now here. Your likeness can be duplicated. 53.43% is the RSI on a 4-hour time interval for AMC, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.61, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.02, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI is at 48.62, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.3 million, a little bit more than that, inflow than outflow. 16.52 million shares traded. After 167 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 38.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 50 million. Looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's equal amounts. Actually, there's just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.02, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.73. Which is below average, and slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.15, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.65, which is below average, but after it's up from having dipped into oversold territory. Oh, guys, guess what? I completely forgot to tell you this morning. Nobody wants to say anything.
We're on pins and needles.
All right. My blood pressure this morning was 114/83.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
It's because you knew you were going to have big tramp time today.
Yeah, that's got to be what it is. Definitely. I'm a little afraid, though, because my reading yesterday was 129/88. So that's a pretty significant jump right there, and I'm kind of concerned that the medication might be working a little too well, and the doctor did say to give her the information after a week. And I think, isn't 90 kind of like the number that your systolic is not supposed to go under?
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be under that.
9? No, that's diastolic. Systolic is the big number. Yeah. Systolic, I think, is supposed to be over 90. It's like it's medically bad if you're underneath 90, and I think they probably start getting worried at 100. And the way it's dropping here right now, if I get get too much underneath, or if I keep dropping it at the rate that I'm dropping at currently, I'd be there before I reported the numbers. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to at some point decide on which day I'm gonna call. Make My Soul Shine says I'm always 90 over 60. I think that's dangerous right there.
Casey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, on your gold, you're looking at 1965 on the ask. It's up 0.5%. Silver's also up 1.48% at 24.76 an ounce. So metals are up.
Yeah, small increase. Also, week to date, it's with gold is within, I believe, $25 up.
Arthur sent me a post from I'm not sure if it's really AMC Entertainment that posted this, but it looks I'm not sure. It looks like Bigham's posted it. Hold on a second. Let me go to the source here. It looks to me like Bigham's posted this. I'm a little. Anytime I ever see something like this, I always kind of worry a little bit because I don't know where it's coming from. And it does say not a single losing trade in 6 years, and it says "ad" next to it. So I'm a little worried about this. Is perhaps maybe I'd like to see the actual source where it came from before I'd like to rely on this too heavily here. Let me see. Somebody posted below. Okay, all right. I guess I'll read it. And there's another post here, too, that's saying AMC drama is exposing risks in an 11 trillion world of indexing. Wild moves in the meme shares are rolling the ETF market. Scale of swings, fund plumbing lead to unintended exposures. These are articles that are being posted. He's got one here that says AMC Entertainment had its price target raised by the Goldman Sachs Group from 160 to 175 in a research report sent to investors on Monday. The Goldman Sachs Group currently has a buy rating on the stock. Several other research analysts also recently weighed in on AMC. Webush reiterated an underperforming rating and issued a $2 price target on shares of AMC Entertainment in a research report on Monday. Citigroup reiterated a sell rating on shares of AMC Entertainment in a research report on Monday, July 3rd. Finally, StockNews.com upgraded shares of AMC Entertainment to a sell rating in a research report on Friday, May 12th. This is May 12th. May 12th, like this year? Okay, anyways, 4 research analysts have rated the stock with a sell rating. One has given a hold rating. The other has assigned a buy rating to the company's stock. According to MarketBeat, the company currently has a consensus rating of hold and a consensus target of price of $36.72. I don't know how old this is. There's no date on this. There's
a date at the top posted by Defense World staff on July 25th, 2023. So it came out today, but I guess they're using old data.
They've been sandbagging. They've been sitting on it since May 12th. So they felt like this since May 12th that somebody squashed it.
Well, I mean, that's only for the stocknews.com, I guess, the May 12th date, right? I think they were just looking at, what others are saying about the expected price. I don't know if it's the May 12th applies also to Golden Schmucks or any others.
I love it. I'm going through and reading stuff here.
I've said many times, this is not a team sport in Wall Street. They have a loose alliance held by threats of exclusion and whatnot, but it's still one man in the ring. Maybe I'm too overly optimistic, but maybe we're starting to see the first of the public disclosure that someone else is maybe looking at this thing to have a run. Be nice for a change after what Benzinga has done and all the other quote unquote news financial organizations. It would be nice just for a change to see a major player in the financial world show some encouragement, or at least say that they're believers. Can't say that I don't find that tasteful. Hopefully we won't find that it's just photoshopped or whatever the cool kids call it today. Propaganda. There's been no shortage of propaganda and misinformation that's been slung. The Motley Fool organizations and Yahoo Finance. I mean, the list is long and long and well known of the names, and all those big organizations and their all these bean counters that do their forecasting for them have never missed a chance to call us, the dumb money going to a penny. So it would certainly be a great day for Ape Nation if that's truly breaking news and it's true that Goldman Sachs has that price target. That would be a nice little win on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm not gonna jump up and down and screaming until I see those price numbers hit. and then I might jump up and down and scream a little. Maybe.
No, yeah, I'll jump with you. For now, I call balls and strikes, and I take that as a nice.
I'm gonna shake my head around for sure.
A nice plus for us.
To feel that the beard's not attached to me anymore, because at that point it'll be off. So. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Blake says, we know what we hold. I really want to pronounce his last name so bad. Konegahane? Did I screw it up? Blake, I don't mean to screw up your last name there, but I'm trying so hard. I want to read that.
I'm gonna call it Keenahane.
Keenahane. So like the G is silent. Keenahane. Keenahane. Yeah. Keenahane. So
I'm gonna go with Keenahane.
Oh, dude, he said I nailed it, dude. Oh, that's freaking awesome. I nailed it somehow. I can't even remember how to say it right. Konegahane. I think I said Konegahane. Is that Konegahane? Konegahane. Isn't it
Konigan? More like Koenigsegg.
Sorry.
Come again.
Like thank you? Thank you, come again?
I don't know, but it's like
thank you, come again.
It's funny because then Carl comes in here saying with his last name, he's got Koenig. And we got that's literally the same last name missing the Hain part on it. What the F? Are you guys related? What the hell is going on? How is that possible? How is it that I have two people with the same last name, one's missing Hain and the other isn't? What?
There's a car called a Koenigsegg. Pretty cool.
What is going on here?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Okay.
Just a glitch in the matrix, man. Just a glitch in the matrix.
Carl says we're German
infiltrators.
Yeah. We don't laugh. I can't do a German accent.
Yeah. I need to find a Colonel Klink
clip. It is not funny.
The old days of I know nothing.
I feel like I can only do like an Arnold accent. Like I can't even like I'm trying to do like a German accent. I end up sounding like Arnold. This is me trying to do a German accent. I'll be back.
And that's not even German. He's Austrian.
I know. I just can't do it. I can't do a German accent.
If you're gonna look at what accents are similar to German, the Austrian one is the closest out there. So
Pretty sure they were the same at one point. Is that too soon?
For any of you younger generation in the show today, if you haven't seen Hogan's Heroes, the story about the World War II POW camp, it's 100% comedy. It's not about war. You don't know what you're missing. And there's a character called Colonel Klink who wears the Kaiser Wilhelm helmet, and he's the epitome of dumb and just Dumb and Dumber. You owe it to yourself to check out the Hogan's Heroes series. You will enjoy it.
Pantheon's trying to help me out here. He's giving me the phonetics for dummies on German over here, so I can help. He wants me to read it. I can tell he wants me to read it so I can get it right. We will ask the questions, Mr. Shaw. Now I can sound like the evil. We will ask for the questions, Mr. Shaw.
We are the ones asking the questions here.
Thank you very much, Pantheon helping me to get there. Thank you, I appreciate that, sir. You just got to put it up there in writing for me, and then I can do it. As soon as I see the writing, it's like I can formulate in my head what it sounds like.
I guess I got to give Glenn C. a shout out. He corrected me. He said it was Schultz that was great, and I was wrong. I called Colonel Klink the fat guard, but Colonel Klink, I think, was the commandant of the whole POW camp. So thanks for that, Glenn. You're spot on it. It was Schultz that wore the Kaiser Wilhelm helmet and played the buffoon.
I used to, growing up, I used to watch that a little bit because I think, like, if there was nothing else to watch, like, in the middle of the day after, like, Gilligan's Island or something. I can't remember if it was before Gilligan's Island or after, but I feel like Gilligan's Island was kind of like one of those things where it was like, okay, you're done watching TV for the day kind of thing. And then that, it was either that show or the U-boat one, which I can't remember what it was called. But neither one of them did I find to be all that funny growing up, and so I would always turn it off. Yeah.
Talk about Hale's Marine or Haley's Marine.
Something.
Navy. McHale's Navy.
That's it. McHale's Navy. That's it. Yeah. And I didn't really prefer either of those, and so I was just kind of like, I'm done. But I probably should have watched it. You know what? It's all because of my mom. Mom making me watch MASH every day, and so as soon as any other kind of like war type funny sitcom would show up, I would just instantly turn off because I was just kind of like, I can't deal with it. I was a kid.
Well, I know it's far too early. It's far too early for movie trivia, but I can't help myself. Hogan's Heroes was just great comedy. But if someone's truly interested in World War II history and they're interested in the POWs, then the movie The Great Escape with Steve McQueen is a must-watch. And then if you can't stomach the old classics, then obviously the new one called Heart's War with, I forget his name, the guy who played on, somebody have to help me out here, but Heart's War is the new modern version of the POW movie. And those two are must-see flicks for anyone who loves the movies.
So Market Beat, Arthur just posted this up here for me. He's showing me a picture of Market Beat showing the image. Let me go ahead and take a screenshot of this real quick because I don't want to expose anything he wouldn't want me to expose. I mean, he sends me some dirty pictures sometimes. It's okay. I'm sorry, Arthur, I had to do that.
It's okay. Keep them coming.
Yeah, keep them coming, Arthur. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Excuse me, I got some. Excuse me. But yeah, here he's got a high prediction on Market Beat at 175. Average prediction is 36.72. Low prediction 0.5. Quite the range there in price predictions. And then let's see what else does he got a picture of. Guys, Arthur doesn't send me anything like that. He would never. He would never.
No.
No, he would never. The next picture here is another picture from Market Beat showing the same thing. The last one, I guess those are both Market Beat. And then let's see what else we got here. The article coming from Market Beat as well. Thank you, Arthur. I appreciate that.
Institutions finally coming to terms with what's going on. Maybe.
They might be signaling. This might be the first way that you would perhaps see signaling between institutions, yeah? Tron saying Airwolf. Dude, I dug Airwolf as a kid, man. I could not get enough. Wait a minute. You're making me... He's making me want to... hold on a second here. I can't help myself. I'm probably going to get demonetized for this. I'm not even monetized. I'm probably going to... Oh, what's this? Oh, yeah. That right there as a kid growing up gave me chills. Oh, yeah.
Can't see it.
No.
Put it on the screen.
You don't need to see it. It's all in the music, buddy. Da-da-da-da. Oh my gosh, I was like, yeah. I'm a kid going, yeah. Every single time that song would come on, I'm sitting there going, yeah, just screaming. You know, I just love that. That was awesome. I remember I used to play Name That Tune with my brother and sister growing up. And I had like two go-tos that I would always sing. And one was... And they were like Airwolf, and so they always get that one. And the other one, let's see if I can get the other one. Yeah, that's right. A-Team, you know it. That was my other go-to. I love it.
I mean, how many people today in America can still sing the Beverly Hillbillies theme song? I mean,
I can't.
You talk about the power of a jingle. Oh, well, the older generation, I'm telling you, there's a certain age point where I bet you almost 80% of the people can sing that song from beginning to end. It's just amazing to me.
Yeah, the alternate lyrics were even better.
Funny stuff.
Turtle says MacGyver theme was my jam. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head, and I actually really like MacGyver a lot. That dude can make... Wait, I got a great story. This is a great story, and I'm supposed to be going to break, but I'll tell this one story before I go to break. I found what I thought was a natural... I think it actually might have really been a natural sulfur crystallization forming in one spot, and collected a bunch of it and took it home. And thought it would be really fun if I could take the natural fertilizer and make a pipe bomb out of it, out of this natural... I say natural fertilizer, it was natural sulfur, sorry. And thought it would be really fun to like MacGyver some bomb out of this sulfur. And yeah, I was in junior high, guys, really super young here, right? So I brought it home and took it. We had this like big, huge field out in the back. It was called Paradise something or other in San Diego, California, and they used to grow bird of paradise there. So there's just this big, huge field of bird of paradise, and me and my brother, we went back out there, and I was telling him about how I was going to make a pipe bomb because I watched MacGyver. And I was going to make a MacGyver pipe bomb out of this stuff. And I couldn't get it to, we were trying all kinds of different things anyways. I wasn't there for this. Apparently my brother and his friend decided to go continue my project and lit the entire field on fire. The fire trucks had to come out and put out the fire. They lit up the entire field, burned to the ground, and we got in so much trouble over that because there was like $1 million homes that were up on the hillside that were getting smoke from their new. They had just done like the shit, I forget what it's called. Lathing. They had just done the lathing on the homes. white lathing job on the stucco, lathing stucco job on the outside of the house, and getting totally tarnished by smoke. Oh man, we got in so much trouble, and I was kidding around. I wasn't really trying to make a pipe bomb. I was just kidding around and just messing around with stuff. But my brother, he's a little pyromaniac, and so when he went back over there with his friend, they took lighter fluid with them. They were like, "We're gonna get this sulfur to light up," and they sprayed it a bunch of lighter fluid all over it, and apparently everything just caught on fire. It was terrible. This is so many years back, guys. There's no way we can get in trouble for this now. It's like over 30 years ago.
My cousin and I, we built 2 homemade cannons. I'm sure that comes as a great surprise to everyone that we built homemade cannons. And I'm not talking about like a firecracker thing, but my story is that we did this years ago, over 10 years ago, and both of us are known to put too heavy a charge in them because the bigger the charge, the louder the boom. But the money shot is he's 56, I'm 57, but he blew off his thumb and his pointer finger last year. His fucking dominant hand. So it's all fun and games till somebody gets an eye put out.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know my brother was like a pyromaniac, and so that was really a dumb idea to take him along for the whole. I got him in so much trouble growing up. So many.
Well, he's the fun guy. I'm sure he was the fun one. Yeah, don't get it twisted. He was the fun guy.
There's so many things I gotten him in trouble for. I've told this story before, but my mom had sent us to. We went to summer camp somewhere. I don't remember where it was. Right, a week-long summer camp, right? And she would send with me detergent to wash my clothes in a baggie. And guys don't wash their clothes when you're camping. Nobody washed. So I came back home and I had the baggie of detergent. And I just threw it underneath the bed. Didn't even really think about it. I was just, that's what a kid does when they're putting stuff away. You throw the baggie of Tide underneath the bed. This is back before they had the blue crystals in it. And my brother found the baggie underneath the bed in my bedroom. And I decided to teach him a lesson about snooping through my stuff. And he was like, "Ooh, I'm going to tell Mom." And I was like, No, don't tell her. Don't tell her. I was like, I'll let you have some if you, I'll show you, it's the best thing that's ever happened. You got to try it. It's amazing. And, and he's like, "Nah." And I was like, yeah, I'll cut you up a line. So I threw it on a piece of glass that I had in the room from a toy. We put it on this glass mirror. A line of this stuff, and I got a razor blade from out of the garage. And when I was in there, I was cutting up lines of Tide, and I gave him a straw to snort it up with in his nose. And my mom comes walking in the bedroom as he's about ready to sniff it up his nose.
Oh my God!
Do you know how old we were? Well, see, I think I might have been
beautiful.
I think I might have been 13 at the time, and he was he's 5 years younger than me, so he would have been like 8. So your 13-year-old and 8-year-old are hovering over a bed with a mirror of what looks to be cocaine. My mom was so pissed. She goes, and then she found out it was Tide, and she was even more pissed. She's like, "You could have killed your brother," and I was like, "He was snooping in my stuff," and she's like, "How do you even know how to cut lines of coke?" I said, "I saw it on TV," and yeah, I used to get him in all kinds of trouble.
I have a similar little short story. One of my brothers was notorious for stealing from me consistently. So I took an entire box of X-Lax laxative, and I took them out of the aluminum foil, and I took a hot butter knife. And at that time, they said X-Lax across. It was emblazoned into the chocolate. And I knew he would see that, so I took a hot butter knife and I smeared it across it. And then I made a point to set it on where he could see it. And he took the bait, asked me what it was, and I told him it was some expensive French chocolate that I got from a exchange student. And it was really rare, and it was all I had. He didn't have any of it. So fast forward that evening, and he shit himself at our dinner table right in front of everybody. And I laughed so hard. I knew why. But my dad beat the shit out of me because he immediately, when my brother shit himself, he started crying because he couldn't control his bowels. So he's just sitting there in his own shit at the dinner table, and there's tears running down his face. And I'm laughing like it's the best butt drug bit of history for humor. And my dad was smart enough to put two and two together instantly. And I took a beating of a lifetime, but I'm here to tell you it was fucking worth it, man.
Yeah. Corsto says that's not even funny. He could have had an allergic reaction and his throat swelled shut. You know what? 13-year-old me didn't know that. I can guarantee you I wouldn't have wanted I wouldn't have actually. I don't know. I guess I wasn't thinking about what it would do to him, but I guarantee you I didn't think it was going to hurt him. I figured it was just soap and you get soap in his nose and it'd be just as bad as like, you know, maybe washing your mouth out with soap or something like that. So I really didn't. I wasn't intending to.
His eyes would still be watering today. 50 years later, his eyes would still be watering.
Yeah. Screw kids and Tide Pods, man. We got lines of Tide back in our day. These kids got it easy.
He's walking around, looks like he's having an emotional breakdown. People's like, "Are you all right?" He's like, "No, I was 12. My brother had me snort Clorox."
Oh, he was 8. What's even worse, he was like 8 years old. It may have been a little bit older than that. I may have been. It was somewhere between 13 and 16. I'm not sure which, but it would have been. I don't think I would have been driving age yet, so it had to be under 15, somewhere between 13 and 15. So he would have been like 8 to 10, somewhere right around that range. Anyways, I'm gonna not go to break now because I waited too long. I made Tide Pods cool. Oh, man. Yucca, how's it going, man? Happy Hump Day tomorrow. It's Happy Taco Tuesday. There it is. John Hannaford saying 500,823 shares in CHX for the day today. I said earlier this morning they would need to hit an average of 575,000 shares per day for the next 5 days before they would, in order to make the target. Me and my best friend, we got his sister to smoke a dollar bill one time. Yeah, she was literally smoking it. Just because we told her that it was made out of hemp and it would get you high if you smoked it. And that was, it was one of those like proud, not proud moments to actually see another human being smoke a dollar bill. But we were trying to, I think at the time we were thinking to ourselves, like, she's so addicted to marijuana that like she needs to be taught a lesson. And so, I think that's what we were thinking. Like, look, and I just played along with my friend because, you know, he was just, he started going into it and I was like, oh yeah, it's made out of hemp. You can get high off of it. She ended up turning into this like massive drug addict, and we were trying to get her away from it because it was just like she was so fixated on drugs all the time, and it was just like, man, it's gonna ruin your life.
You were just a menace to society, Casey.
I guess so. I was playing along on that one.
I mean, if she smoked a 20, she probably would have freebased cocaine.
Yucca says, Casey, did you roll
One
up
of
the
my
dollar
brothers-
bill with weed?
One of my
No.
brothers stole some medication from our grandmother, and he thought it was going to get him high, and he ate a couple pills or something. It turns out she was a diabetic, and they were like, she called them water pills, made her piss like crazy. So, like I said, instead of getting a buzz off of it, he had to piss like every 15 minutes for 3 hours.
Jim says, so are they shorting Ape now that it's almost guaranteed to convert? Seems stupid to short at 175 when it could be double or triple from that upon conversion. Jim, this is what I've been trying to say for such a long time. They can't just close out positions. They just can't. There's so many shares out there that are rehypothecated that they have to. They're being forced. We got them caught with their hands shoulder deep in the cookie jar. They have to continuously short this down, and they cannot stop. They go bankrupt or AMC goes bankrupt. It's not a matter of what they can or cannot do. They are forced. Their hand has been played, and there's no takey backsies once that money's in the pot. Once the money's in the pot, it stays there. Somebody wins the hand. So it's either going to be
Happy
us.
Hump Day!
Happy Hump Day tomorrow.
So are you saying they're talking about you're talking about the hand? Which hand are you talking about?
Hand?
The hand that rocks the cradle?
Who was talking about the hand?
You said the cookie jar. The hand, the shoulder.
I said the shoulder.
and-
Yeah. They got their hand. We got them with their. Yeah. What about it?
Pants down.
Yeah.
Your pants down, your hand up to your elbow.
Yeah, it sounds like some type of deep fisting going on up in there.
And welcome to the channel. All this. Wait, somebody.
Here I was thinking
Did he just say cookie fisting?
I was thinking like farm animals, like when the vet comes and checks your cow or whatever. Yucca goes immediately to.
Welcome
I
to the
guess it's
channel.
same thing.
It's Yucca. Yucca will be here all day, guys.
That's called palpating. I think palpating is different than cookie fisting.
Right.
Yeah, you can't call yourself a real cowboy if you haven't been shoulder deep into a pregnant cow's business.
So I went to see Barbie yesterday.
And it's okay to
I'm
say
neutral.
you could. It's okay to say you
How
didn't
was
like
she?
it.
No, I'm neutral. It's a chick flick. 100%. I don't know what gave it away. Maybe the pink or the name Barbie. I
mean-
went with my daughter,
Oh, that's cool.
my wife. Yeah, my wife. They were crying next to me.
You didn't cry.
I got a little tear-eyed
Okay.
because of the message, but I wasn't crying because of the overall movie. No.
You were
You
crying.
had some popcorn.
It was
Yeah, I
like
had to dry my eyes really quick.
it was like
He
sympathetic
snorted
crying.
detergent when he was 8 years old, and he still got the tears.
I was like, "What is this coming out of my eyes?"
It's you were misting.
Looks like bubble bath.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the message is pretty good. Overall, you know. Have you seen? Oh, Casey, are you gonna wait until it comes out on VHS?
No. Are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Are you happy, or what am I trying to say? On a scale of 1 to 10, how did Barbie look?
A 10.
A 10. Wow.
Are you talking about the young lady Barbie or the movie?
He's talking about Margot. He just
Margot.
doesn't want his-
Yeah, I'm not she's too pretty. I don't
she's
like
no
girls
Evan?
like
Did you say
I don't
too
like girls
pretty?
like that.
Too pretty?
Yeah, like too pretty.
Do you mean fragile?
Maybe. Is that what that is? I guess.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think I know where you're going with this, but I would say too fragile.
Yeah, I guess. Or it just, I don't know, when a girl's too pretty, I don't like it.
You can't play rough with a fragile.
With a doll.
Yeah.
With a Barbie.
Yeah.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, not my type, I guess.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that if she accidentally came into your stateroom on my boat while you were sleeping, you guys would all just run her off immediately. I'm sure you would just immediately show her the door and tell her that she was most definitely in the wrong bedroom.
Yeah, exactly.
You? Yep, we would.
Oh yeah,
the old Greta Thunberg. How dare you come in here?
yeah.
Ruin their evening.
Yeah, sure you would.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't looked into her, but from interviews and stuff, I think she's down to earth. Like not talking.
Like a person, yeah. A human being, not a Barbie doll, but as a human being, she's cool. She seems pretty cool. But she's an actress.
I'd kick her out of bed just to get her on the floor.
Too fragile.
There's no such thing. Oh my gosh.
Too fragile.
Yucca says fragile.
No, but like Casey, you're just putting her on a pedestal basically because
I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that. Yucca said that.
You put that in my mouth.
I put it in his mouth.
What's fragile? What's fragile?
I put it.
If you want to clip something from today,
what is fragile?
If you want to clip something from today, clip that. Yucca just said you put something in my mouth. So if you want to clip something and put it on the soundbite board, let's do that really instead of the one of Pirate saying I fucking did it again. Yeah.
Casey's always putting stuff in our mouths.
This, I think, has a limit on how many I can add in here, but
yeah.
But
that's it.
Did you just come up with a poll just like that?
We might have to work on that.
2 hours ago, I held my head down in shame because I saw a clip of me saying, "Fuck, I did it again." But now I can hold my head up high because if we're sitting right next to me, will be Yucca with he's always putting something in my mouth. So I'll take mine any day. John Hannaford said Harley Quinn. He knows that movie, the Expendables or whatever that was, when she had put on her little outfit.
Yeah,
from all those guys, and she bent over the waist. If there was ever a movie that was rewound and played over and over again, it was Margot Robbie playing Harley Quinn when she was bending over putting that outfit on. I'll guarantee you that's
is it time for numbers?
Piece of tape.
I feel like it's time for numbers or something here. Yeah, numbers ago.
Did Miss Shaw
Janet Yellen? Grandma?
Yucca doesn't know that Janet Yellen was here earlier today.
Oh, he doesn't know?
She was with a
diet.
I just need to drink my diet and take my water pills some more.
She took questions from the press.
Just wanted an opinion on her new Victoria's Secrets outfit. Basically.
Rugged just said August 4th, $5 call sweep.
What does that mean?
That they bought up all the $5 calls for August 4th.
But isn't that earnings?
It's the weekend before. It's the weekend before, yeah, or not weekend before, but the Friday before.
All right. Maybe they're gonna play the IV and then get out. That's what's gonna happen. So yesterday's jump, that one needle at $8.50 something, or what is it, $8.50? If somebody had a limit order for $8, would that have been filled if they ran it that high?
If they had it for good till canceled.
So they would have gone effed up if somebody was.
Maybe. I mean, usually you have to set your orders like depending on how you set. I don't want to speak on in the case of all brokers, but for the brokers that I know of, you have to set up your orders separately for aftermarket hour purchases. So typically, like if you had set up an order to buy prior to that in the aftermarket hours and set it up for good to cancel, then yes.
On IBKR,
Actually, I don't even know if you can do. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to mention on IBKR you can set an order good till cancel, and as a separate option you can put the to have it traded in after hours or pre-market.
Yeah, I want to say that's the same case. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can use them at the same time, so you can have something good till close and aftermarket, or good till close without aftermarket.
Yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar.
I got it.
But does that mean that they bought up every sell order that was there from 5, whatever it was, till 8?
I think that's what a sweep means.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it for myself. I haven't gone to look and verify, but I would imagine that's probably an unusual whales post that probably came through.
For me, the curious part is all the bouncing up and down. So it's as if they were sweeping, buying all the orders, but then probably, I'm assuming, putting like another order so that nobody else could sell at that price, just them. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Oh, that could be
like a wall.
Interesting.
All right, well, it's time for me to do the numbers, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Shall we? We should see a lot of $5 calls. Actually, that'll be next week. Isn't that next week? Next week's August 4th, right? Yeah, next week. Okay. Let me move a couple screens around here real quick. Let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 63.06% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.99. The combined total 70.05%. That is 7.05% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 574,000 shares going through that exchange. That's the exact number when we divided it out. I think that's almost the exact number that they needed to see going through that exchange by on average per day going forward. I don't know if we'll see any more going through that exchange or not, but that definitely gets them what they needed to go through on deliveries for the day today. Taking a look at Ape, we've got 44.73% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.85. The combined total on that's 50.58%. That's about 12.42% less than it should be. CHX volume for the day today is 0. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 589 shares, so nothing unusual there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was a return of about 3.69 million shares for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now 4.88 million shares returned for the day-to-day. Of course, everybody's going to cry tomorrow when they wake up and find a bunch of shares are available to borrow when they see a bunch of returned shares like that, but that's not a bad thing. It means that somebody's closing... Somebody's closing out positions. That's going to drop our estimated short share interest of the free float to 27.77%. Cost borrow mins at 1.04. Average is 775.65%. And max is 1,010%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.19 million shares. That's 1.64 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 73.26 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now 77.1. That's massive. Cost that's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise to 9.89%. Cost to borrow mins at 4.72, average 7.09, and max is 8.84. Shares on loan for the day today is at 16.76 million shares. That is 420,000 shares. I just thought of something. That's 420,000 shares more on loan today and than it was yesterday. Sorry, I had a total thought process just popped through my head there. We're gonna have to revisit this thought here in a minute. Highest amount of calls an hour ago on AMC was sitting at a $5.50 strike on the calls. It's man, there's a lot of options being bought in calls all the way up the chain here. But it's the highest amount of volume is still at 5.5. We went from 20,000 contracts to 23.1. There's large quantities of volume occurring at $6, $7, $9, and $10 strikes. On the put side of the over here, the highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. It went from 16.5 thousand contracts to 18.5. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 for AMC by the end of the day. The current total price between the two is at $6.93. We are holding support there. It's twice now we've kind of hit a little bit of a bottom down here right around $6.90. But the combined price is $6.93 currently. Got the breakout earlier than I would have suggested on the bearish triangle with the red $7.15 line and the lowering level of resistance that we had, and also the rising level of support that we had was broken through as well. And we're kind of finding support in here. I'm not really sure. I don't specifically see anything here that's jumping out to me. But let's watch for that retest of 715 before the day's over. Maybe at the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones that I'm looking for. AMC is the fifth most heavily traded stock with a 55.34% buy to 44.66% sell ratio. Ape and GME are not on the list. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $5.27 and did trigger. Ape at $1.62. 0 shares showing up available to borrow currently. That hit about $12.48. Fees were last seen at 1,027%. Let me write that down. No shares returned so far. NASDAQ is up 0.77, Dow Jones is up 0.2, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. We currently have 3,217 advancers to 3,031 decliners. The market is less advancing now than it was an hour ago, but overall more advancing. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got Silvergate up 4.17. And that's the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is down 0.63. I would say kind of consolidating right now. US dollar is up 0.05 and on an uptrend. Oil is up 2.57 and breaking my box. It's not breaking heavily past it, but it's definitely rising above the box on the last day of my box here. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.16 to 0.18 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.34 in an uptrend. VIX is currently up 0.07 on an uptrend. VBR is up 0.16 and on an uptrend. VB is up 0.33 on an uptrend. Tesla is up 0.17 on an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.23 on an uptrend. Cinemark is down 1.07 but consolidating. Doge is up 8.11. We're getting the big runs here on Doge, guys. If we go back out to the daily on this, you can see it broke past two different levels, specifically unique levels of resistance that we've seen from the past here. And once it broke those, it's starting to take off pretty well here on Doge. Doge was one of the biggest runners prior to AMC going up the last, I want to say like every single time we've ever gone up majorly in the past. Doge ran first. I remember every time I was always thinking like, why not AMC? And then Doge would come crashing back down, and as soon as it did, AMC would start its way upwards. Bitcoin is currently down 0.07 and probably consolidating. Let me see. Did I say down? Up 0.07 and consolidating. GME is down 1.04 and consolidating. HYMC is up 6.64 consolidating. NCMI is down 2.91 consolidating. HOOD is down 0.2 consolidating. Ape is down 1.93 and on a slight down. It's pretty much on a downtrend. It's not even slight. It's downtrend. AMC is down 11.83 and I'd say consolidating slight downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 41.97 million shares traded so far after, let's see, what do we got here? 222 minutes worth of trading. 73.73 million shares traded by the end of the day today is the pace that we're on. I was way off on the prediction today and said 120 to 170, so not even close. Please forgive me. I'll try to get better on that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 52.13, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.05, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.59, which is it's below average. On a 5-minute interval, we're up. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.16, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 19.18 million shares traded so far. After 223 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 33.54 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 50 million shares. I should have just doubled. I don't know why I didn't do that. I don't know why I didn't look at the numbers this morning and see that, when it was pretty obvious Ape had more realistic numbers and I saw a 20 to 50 million as a target range, I should have just instantly said, okay, 80 to 100 million on Ape. And I still would have been wrong. Or actually not 80, 70 to 100 million. I still would have ended up being wrong, but it would have been a lot closer. Get good, Casey. Get good. On a 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.7, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence coming within the next hour. RSI at 45.15, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.4, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.67, which is below average. And with that, I think I'm going to go to break here, guys, because I'm hungry. And I haven't had a break since earlier this morning. And I'm going to go make myself an egg tuna fish, should I say it? Tuna fish egg sandwich. I don't know which direction to say that first.
There's no way to make that sound good. It's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just not a fan of tuna.
Yeah, I mean, it's, chicken of the sea, man.
Eggs and tuna don't go well.
Oh, they do. They do when I make it. You'd be surprised. What a little bit
You
of
do
mayo.
scramble?
No, they're hard boiled.
Oh, okay. Now I see.
Yeah, it's like an egg salad with tuna in it.
No, yeah. Now I've had that. It is good.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good.
Well, enjoy your eggs and sausage.
And then what you do is you throw a little bit of cheese on some bread and you toast it, and then you throw that on that. Of course, you use your spices, salt, peppers, and oregano, and a bunch of other spices to kind of season up the egg, fish, tuna. That's probably what it's supposed to be called. It's supposed to be called an egg, fish, tuna sandwich, and it's great. Marvin says, "Does the link work?" I don't know what he means by that.
That's the link work. What kind of question is it?
It's a question about the link.
I don't know what link he's referring
Wait, is
to.
that the link that turns on the MOASS, or is it a different link?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm a little confused. Well, enjoy your break, Casey.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Let me make sure I got this all set up right here for you guys. The link to these nuts. Oh my gosh. Give me a minute. Get it.
He got you.
That's so ridiculous.
Nice.
That's so childish. It's just so childish. What rudimentary
And so
humor.
suitable.
Yeah. So just.
No, they got him, I guess.
That's so dumb.
Hey, we're kids, man. What can we do?
It's all Kenny's fault. That's what I can.
You bastards, you got me. All right, I'm going to break.
All right.
Enjoy. See you soon.
Later. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I came back and I looked, and AMC was like all the way to the right-hand side of the page. I don't remember leaving it like that. I don't know why it was like that. I apologize if it was like that for too long. Not sure why it wasn't auto-tracking. Anyways, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Dog Mom says August 8th is the earnings. That is correct. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers for the day today and see where we're at here. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to utilize that. In case something happens to your phone or whatever device it is that you've got it going to, you can always get it someplace else and still get into your accounts. This next part's the most important part, though, is that make sure that you get a digital copy or a hard copy of your statement through your broker of your portfolio. I cannot begin to tell you how important this really is. Something may change in the future with your account. And if you don't have proof of what it is that you held before, then you're at the mercy of your broker to tell you what it is that you have after. Yeah. Don't do that. Please, I beg of you, if you're listening right now and you've not done this, go do so. It's going to break my heart because I know it's going to happen. And that's why I'm trying to warn you in advance, but I know it's going to happen. I'm going to have people that come up to me and send me messages and be like, Casey, my account's changed. My broker says I've got X amount of shares now, and I had more than that. I know I did, or I should have had this many shares, and now they're saying I have less than that. And I'm going to say, did you get a screenshot, or did you get a digital copy or a hard copy of your portfolio? And they're going to say no. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's going to have to be something you're going to have to bring up with like maybe a lawyer and your broker because there's nothing I can do. There won't be anything I can do even if you do have a digital copy or a hard copy of it. But I can at least point you in the right direction and say like, well, okay, here's what you need to do from here on out. Here's where you're going to go with this. But if you don't have that, I got nothing for you. You're on your own. Let's take a look at off exchange and EDGX for AMC for the day today. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through those exchanges. Combined 64%. As of right now, off exchange for AMC is at 63.32%. EDGX is at 6.71. The combined total on that 70.03%. That is, let's see here, 6.03% more than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 590,000 shares. I told you guys earlier this morning they need, on average, for the next 5 days, somewhere around 575,000 shares. So today they're a little bit ahead of the curve. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day today on Ape, off exchange is reporting 46.86% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.57. The combined total on that's 52.43%. That is 11.57% less than what I would expect to see on a normal day. CHX volume is 100 shares. On GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 589 shares. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was a return of 4.88 million shares on AMC. It's now 4.61 million shares, which is a little bit less, which means more shares were borrowed. That's going to not really change anything, though. Estimated short share interest, the free float, it's probably pretty close to the same at 27.79% being reported right now. Cost per min's at 1.04, average is 735.06, and max is at 1,010. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.19 million shares. That's 1.64 million shares more on loan today than yesterday. Hold on a second. Tuna fish is not sitting well. Ortex estimated that about 622,000 of that 1.64 million was in new short interest. And on Ape, An hour ago, we had 77.1 million shares borrowed for the day today. It's now 79.6 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 10.26%. Cost borrow mins at 4.72, average is 7.13, and max is 8.84. I just want to let you guys realize the gravity of this size of this many shares being borrowed in a single day. 79.6 million shares is driving up the estimated short share interest of the free float 5% in a single day. So we're sitting at 10.26 on AMC, and on Ape, and then on AMC, we're sitting at 27.79%. So we're looking at a total of about 38.05% now. That's a lot. That's a lot. It's not exactly how that should be done. You shouldn't just add those two numbers up. Well, actually, maybe it is exactly how it would be done. 10%. Yeah, that's not exactly how it should be done. Because AMC shares, there's less shares of AMC, so that number would actually be reduced by half, I think. Let me see here. Should reduce it by half, so 10. So we'd be looking, if you were to add those up correctly, hold on a second. I think you would be coming up with about 24.15% short share interest of the free float when you added everything all up together. Which, and then this is a rough calculation, by the way. It's not exactly accurate, which is way more than I would have expected after a conversion and reverse split of AMC. 24.15% is that's just massive. It's crazy. When you consider that 24% of 1.5 billion shares, and I'm rounding up, obviously. It's like 375 million. Is that right? Yeah. 375 million shares in short interest. That's insane. Those numbers don't jive exactly. I'm not sure where my math's wrong on those. Those numbers are seem a little high. But that's almost the entire float of AMC. It's certainly a lot more than half. That's for sure. Somebody would say probably that's really more like 3/4. All right, fine, whatever. Still a lot. Shares on loan for the day today on Ape is at 16.76 million shares. That's 420,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. I can't wait to see tomorrow's numbers. On the options, highest amount of call volume. Currently at a $6 strike. That's up from 5.5 from an hour ago. And we've gone from 23.1 thousand contracts in volume on a $5.5 strike to 25.1 thousand contracts at a $6 strike. Highest amount of puts in volume for the day today is at a $5 strike. It went from 18.5 thousand contracts an hour ago to 21.2. Market suggesting now a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.94. We are finding a little bit of support in here at that 689 level. Still not sure if I want to draw anything in here yet. I feel like we're kind of almost to the point to where we may be drawing a little bit of a bearish triangle. Possibly. It's a little bit like a wedge. It's not, the bottom side on this isn't quite flat, so it's more of a wedge than it is a triangle. So if I were to move my box, my breakout box here a little bit, I'd probably put it around here, extend it out just a little bit, and suggest that we may be breaking out of this wedge here by 1550 to 1750 today, Eastern Standard Time, or market close. AMC is the 5th most heavily traded stock right now, according to Fidelity. They have 55.79. They're reporting 55.79% buying to 44.21% selling ratio on their orders. Ape and GME fell off the list earlier today. We're briefly on there though. AMC triggered SSR for the day today at $5.27. Ape would trigger at 1.62. Shares available to borrow has dropped to 0 as of 12:48 Eastern Standard Time, with fees last seen at 1,027%. Sorry. NASDAQ is up 0.88, Dow Jones is up 0.22, S&P 500 is up 0.45. We have currently more advancers than decliners, 3,411 advancers to 2,880 decliners. The market's more advancing right now than it is declining, and more than it was an hour ago. Big movers in the market right now. We've got, let's see here, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. It doesn't look like we've got anything on the list. A lot of red, but nothing really majorly moving. Ethereum Classic breaking to the top side here. Is this just the reset for the day? I think it may have just been the reset for the day today. It's trending back up here after hitting 1794. It's trending upwards. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently up 0.07 and consolidating after a short uptrend. Oil is up 3.15 and finally broke my box. Thank you. Was expecting to see that happen eventually. Right at the very last moment, the breakout box was kind of pinned on the idea that we should see price moving upwards after this inverted head and shoulders that was occurring. It was a little delayed by about a day, as I would have expected it to start moving up about 24 hours earlier than it did, but it broke above the box that I had previously drawn out here as the breakout period to where we should see that price movement heading up. So the cost of oil is going up. You know what that means for gas prices. Mortgage-backed securities are currently showing down anywhere from 0.22 to 0.26 and on downtrend. SPY is up 0.48 and on an uptrend. VIX is currently showing up 0.14 but consolidating. VBR is up 0.37 on an uptrend. VB is up 0.52 on an uptrend. Tesla is up 0.13 on an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.15 and kind of consolidating. Cinemark is down 0.65, and look at that. Look at that. Look at that arc. It's currently on the upside of this arc right here. Down 0.62%, but on an uptrend currently. Starting to swing back down towards a downtrend. Doge is up 11.71. It's getting the green light to go. Bitcoin is up 0.34, 0.33 on an uptrend. GME is down 0.56, but on an uptrend. HYMC is up 7.36 and consolidating. NCMI is down 4.29, consolidating. Hood is down 0.51 on a downtrend. Ape is down 2.01, consolidating. AMC is down 11.03, consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, about $700,000 more outflow. 47.5 million shares traded so far for the day today after 295 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 62.79 million shares traded by the end of the day today. we got the volume snot. We got the snot knocked out of our volume today. It is dying. Even if I had done a changed estimate on my volume prediction for the day today, it is still way lower. I had predicted originally 120 to 170 million shares today, and it's like half that right now. The lower side of that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.82, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.33, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.07, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 21.05 million shares traded so far for the day today. We've hit my estimates so far with an hour left to go in trade, hour and a half left to go in trading. After 296 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 27.73 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 50 million. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.7, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.68 and a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.98, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes, and RSI is at 32.41, which is below average. And because I took a second break like super late, I'm unfortunately going to have to tell you guys I'm probably going to go right back to break again. McKean Love says, once it converts, what do you mean by that? Short interest will change when the conversion and reverse split occurs. When you add all the shares up together, and then you take a look at the total amount of shares that are being shorted, in contrast to all the shares being added up together, it changes the short interest. What's up, Casey? Your brakes are off? I didn't hear. Oh, you heard me. You know, Boomstick, I have heard so many times in the past people try to make claims that certain cryptos are running for various reasons, and I'm not always I know there's a lot of people that think why crypto is running, but I don't think people really fully understand the dynamics behind who's actually in charge of price movement and why it's moving. So I would not subscribe to that. I know a lot of people would like to believe that the news is what's causing the stock market to move, and in actuality, that's not the case either. So I would tend to believe that there are people out there who are controlling price, institutions that are controlling price in a specific fashion based off of what they want to have happen. And certain things may be causing that to happen other than what you're being told. And I'm sure the news is probably telling you the reason that it's doing what it's doing is because of what other people are doing. But much like our price moved on AMC on last Friday in the aftermarket hours, it was all based off the news of Judge Zern putting out her opinion. Don't fall for it, guys. The market does its own thing. The market moves because it wants to move, not because the news made it move. Will SPY broke 52-week high a long time ago. I think it was like last week. StockWiz says, I know that for a fact that the crypto is managed by institutional holdings and they are using it as a bank account. That's what I've been kind of trying to insinuate for a long time, StockWiz. And, nobody wants to hear that who's invested in crypto because they believe that it's, that there are things in place that cause that to not be the case. But when you look at the facts that show you why price is moving the way that it is, when you can do technical analysis on it, on the way that you would do normally in the stock market, where the stock market is rigged and ran by algos, then it tells you everything that it is that you need to know, and it's that the price for cryptocurrencies is being moved based off of institutional trading. And those same algorithms that run the market run the crypto, just on a different ratio. But there'll be a lot of people who buy into where the money's going, and some people will make some money. But I'll guarantee you there's probably going to be more people who end up bag holding than there is people who end up making money. McKean, we don't give advice like that here. Sorry, buddy. It's your money. It's your choice. Alrighty, guys. I need to. No, I can't. I mean, you can listen to what it is that I say, and maybe you can gather something from what it is that I say on a daily basis. I kind of give you I kind of every morning in the early morning of the entry of the show, I kind of talk about what I'm seeing for the day, and I give you price predictions. I think I do a really good job of trying to give you guys an outlook of what's coming ahead. But I'm other than what it is that I tell you every single day, I'm not going to say anything else in regards to that. Zeely Zen says, hi, Casey, longtime viewer. I just checked my Doge and my shares are not there. I am glad I took the screenshot, but I am panicking. So this is at that point where I'm going to say, you need to contact your broker, find out what's going on with your broker, show them the screenshot that you've got, screenshot or the digital copy that you have of your portfolio, and tell them what happened, ask them what happened there. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go to break. I know I was just on break, and I try to avoid doing that, but I took a late break today, so I will see you guys later. Be really, really careful, and I'm not trying to say, it's gonna sound a lot like I'm saying this, but I'm not trying to. Just remember, guys, that I'm trying to look back up for the name here. Where did it go? Holy crap, how come I can't find the name anymore? Oh, there it is, Zeely. And I'm not saying Zeely's nefarious or anything by any means here, but I want you guys to remember that throughout this entire process going forward, there may be people who are trying to mislead you into believing something by telling you fake information. And I'm not, Zeely, please trust me, and I'm not trying to point you out specifically. I'm just stating this because I want everybody to be really careful about what it is that they're doing. When somebody comes forward with a claim, be careful with that information. Like, don't make assumptions that it's absolutely correct and that it's happening. Make sure you verify it. Make sure you double check things. Don't just jump to conclusions and assume that because somebody said it, it must be true. This is the internet, right? So, again, Zeely, if you know, I'm not trying to point you out specifically. It's just that you brought that up, and it's like it's a great point. I'm glad you brought it up, but just realize that that may not be the case for everybody. Just because that person has one particular broker doesn't mean that everybody in that broker is going to have that same problem, or maybe it means everybody will. I don't know, but just be careful. Just because somebody said it doesn't mean it's true. Thanks for understanding, Zeely. I appreciate it. And I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, because I get him wrong all the time. Alrighty. I'm going to head off to break here. I will see you guys on the other side of 2:10. I'll be back at 2:10, and we'll do movie trivia. By the way, I need to put up movie trivia for tomorrow. Let's see. Today's movie trivia is supposed to be Demolition Man. So let me put stars next to that. So today's going to be, let's see here. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is going to be the first choice. The original movie. I'm not sure what year that was. I think I was in high school sometime, so probably 90 to 94 in that era, or in that range. It might have been June. Man, did it come? Hold on, I'm going to IMDb this. $1990. Yeah, it was my freshman year of high school. Freshman year of high school in 1990. Gee whiz. I'm old. Let's see here. TMNT is the first one. The second one is going to be The Thing from the 1980s. Eyes Wide Shut. And last but not least, batteries not included. Alrighty, guys. I will see you back here at 2:10. And we get to toast out Thorbladed's birthday today. If you see Thorbladed around, wish him a happy birthday. See you guys in a bit.
item yield is Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Real quick, Chris, I see you asking for some financial advice in regards to what it is that you hold. And I think what you need to realize is that you're on the internet, buddy. You're asking internet people for questions to your financial business. And I think, come on, we're not financial advisors here, and nobody should be giving you an opinion about how you should buy or sell your shares or the positions you hold through options either. So, you can take information that you get from all over the place, and you can compile that together, and you can make your own big boy decision, and hike up those galoshes that you're wading around in, and make a decision. You got it. It's your money. It's your choice. I appreciate the fact that you trust me or all these other people that are here with the ability to make your money decisions for you. That is incredibly flattering. But I will tell you right now, you will never, ever, ever learn how to invest your money properly if you don't make your own decisions and your own mistakes over time. Learn from your own trading. Don't try to always look for the right answer from everybody else. Alrighty. And by the way, you will make mistakes. You will make mistakes. Hopefully you can learn from them sooner than later. That should be the goal for everybody. Try to learn as fast as you can, making the least amount of mistakes. But you will make them. To Thor-Bladed, I'm going to go ahead and start the toast here. I just want to say to Thor-Bladed, may you have a wonderful, blessed birthday today, and that you have a wonderful and prosperous year ahead of you. Happy birthday, Thor-Bladed. I look forward to hearing one of your songs tomorrow morning. Cheers, my friend. Yes. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers for the day today. This is going to be the last time for the day that we go through the numbers. We'll do movie trivia here in about 15 minutes, and then I'll go back to the back of the Big Tramp, and we'll take care of finishing out the day with a bunch of laughter. Talking about butt drugs. I'm sure. The topic will inevitably come up, I'm sure. But let's see what we got going on. Don't forget, Demolition Man is the movie for movie trivia for the day today, so be ready for that. And it looks like, for the most part, you guys are voting in Thing for tomorrow from the 1980s. Zeely Zen says, right, whole lot of excuses, but I'm on it. Thank you. You're absolutely welcome. I've been getting those same notifications on Webull about their crypto wallets. I didn't ask you which broker you were a part of because I don't want you to disclose that information necessarily. You did anyways, but that's okay. It's neither here nor there. Just remember that crypto is the wild, wild west out there. Cold wallets keep you out of the banks that are easily robbed. Doesn't necessarily mean that your value can't be stolen, but your position certainly can't. So keep that in mind. What do they say in crypto? Isn't it something like not my key, not your keys, not your crypto? Something like that? I don't know. So I forget what it is. It's something like that. Anyways, moving on. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. I should have been saying all of that while moving screens around, and I wasn't. Okay, here we go. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we have 63.25% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.49. The combined total at 69.74%. Nice. Or about 3.74% more than what I would expect to see on a normal day. CHX volume for the day date is at 846,000 shares. So far, that's beating the average that I told you guys they needed to hit for the next 5 days in a row, which was I think 575,000 shares. They're getting a little bit more shares in today than they needed to. On Ape, off exchange is at 46.86%. EDGX at 5.57, and that combined total on that's 52.43%. That's 13.57% lower than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 100. I'm really kind of surprised a little bit at not seeing price higher on Ape with this much this low of off exchange volume going through. I know when Ape was being reported earlier this morning on Fidelity, top most 30 most traded stocks by orders, Ape had a very low buy to sell ratio this morning. So there could be some selling of Ape going on right now, as a possibility for why we're seeing such low off exchange numbers and yet still price is moving down. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 952 shares. Nothing unusual. 100 shares on Ape, by the way. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 4.61 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 3.82. It's going to have the effect of raising that short share interest of the free float to 27.84%. Cost per mins at 1.04. Average is 668.42 and max is 1,010. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.19 million shares. That's 1.64 million more shares on loan today than yesterday. And Ortex estimated about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, this number just keeps going up higher and higher. On Ape, there was 79.6 million shares borrowed for the day today. That 79.6 has increased to 81.5. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 10.37%. Cost per mins at 4.72, average is 7.14, max is 8.84. Shares on loan is at 16.76 million shares. That is 420,000 shares more than yesterday. On options, highest amount of call volume is at a $6 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 25.1 thousand contracts. There's now 28.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 21.2 thousand contracts. There's now 24.3. Sorry. Hold on a second. I said that all wrong. The number I just gave you is right, but the strike an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a strike of $4. I don't know if I said this correctly or not. And now it was $5 an hour ago. It's now $4. I don't know. I don't know what I said. I'm thinking about something else in my head right now, but I'm thinking about all the banks. We'll take a look at here in just a second, but I keep getting text. Stop texting me. Everybody's like, this is happening. It's like, I can't focus. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.91. We are getting close to the box that I've got for the breakout here. We've got volume kind of falling and price falling, which is usually bullish. We may see one more retest of this lower level of support here before maybe seeing price bouncing a little bit towards the end of the day. Let's see what we got going on. With orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is still fifth, most heavily traded stock with a 55.89% buy to 44.11% sell ratio. Ape and GME were on the list earlier this morning but have since fallen off. SSR trigger price was at $5.27, Ape at 1.62. It looks like they did finally return 1,000 shares just a little while ago. Fees were at 1,020. 7%. NASDAQ is up 0.85, Dow Jones is up 0.16, S&P 500 is up 0.42. We have 3,102 advancers to 3,215 decliners. The market's taking a swing for the negative side here. Let's take a look at these bank movers because I know there's some big ones in here, I'm sure. FRC is up 9.68. Silvergate's up 4.17. PacWest is down 23.5. They're at the top of my list for the next one to really start losing big. They're down to 23.43% at $8.10 a share. They started out the day at an 11 price range. The next one on my list is Western Alliance, down 3.25. Zion is down 2.81. U.S. Bancorp down 3.34. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 0.02. Kind of consolidate. It's on a decline trend right now. But for the major portion of the day, it's kind of coming back and settling in on like almost a consolidation point here. DXY is down 0.01 and trending down. Yeah, it's retesting 101.34. Oil is up 2.69%. Still above my box here, just barely, but it's still up 2.69% for the day today. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.17 to 0.15 on an uptrend, and SPY is up 0.43 and kind of consolidating, maybe a slight uptrend. VIX is up 0.86. This is my box on VIX. It's a little late. So the time Fibonacci points that I had in here, and I had boxes that I had drawn out here where I thought we might be moving up quicker. I thought we would be moving up in the VIX much quicker than what we are, and it's slowly, gradually driving upwards here. You can see it's maintaining this support line. But never quite made it to the boxes that I felt that we would make it to there. But we're definitely heading in the upwards direction here. We'll see if that changes dramatically in the aftermarket hours. But this is the greater box that I've got drawn out here for a break out of a longer trend that I've seen from the past. I thought the way that we would get there would be sooner, but the larger box that I've got is set up here. VBR is up 0.02. We're on a downtrend currently. VB is up 0.27 on a downtrend. Tesla is down 0.5 on a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.39 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.26 and on an uptrend. Doge is up 10.94% on a very good uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.25 and consolidating. GME is down 0.76 and consolidating. HYMC up 6.41, consolidating. NCMI is down 2.86, consolidating. Hood is down 1.06 and slight downtrend. Ape is down 2.78 and I'd say consolidating, but overall for the day on a downtrend. And let's see, AMC is down 11.54% at 518 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, 1.1 million more outflow than inflow. 50.52 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 354 minutes of trading, we're on a pace for 55.65 million shares. That is way lower volume than I would have anticipated. I was suggesting 120. I think 120 to 170 was my prediction this morning. Way off. I did way better yesterday than I did today. And so I'll make adjustments and I'll get used to it. Just give me some time. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 52.27, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.65, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.03, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.18, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 24.17 million shares traded so far for the day today after 355 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 26.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 50 million shares. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure and the buying pressure with an RSI of 44.96, which is slightly below average. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.04, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 39.15, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.13, which is below average. All right, with that, I got about 4 more minutes left here before we do movie trivia, which is Demolition Man for the day today. With that, I can see what it is, what you guys are saying. Pro says, okay, just got off the phone with Prince Arnold Kafulalula. And he said no export taxes on the chinchillas, but wanted a few for undisclosed activities. James says, anyone here using AMC credit card? Just checked my credit score, and they've been reporting my debt as a new account every statement. Done lost 100 points. AMC told me to talk to credit bureau. Well, that's not cool. I don't have it, by the way. I haven't had a job for like 2.5 years. I haven't applied for any credit cards lately, James, just in case you're wondering. Actually, it's been, I guess, just slightly over 2 years. The plans for the Chinchilla Mega Ranch are in the planning stages, but the board has authorized a purchase of one each Gulfstream Dreamliner for corporate travel. What the heck? Chinchilla for drops to panties. Oh my gosh. Pirateborn, what's happened to you? All right, I'm going to type it in now. Hit live now for movie trivia. If you listen to the voice and not the words, I will read the questions as well as put them in the chat to try and make it more fair for everybody. Jason, I hope you take part in movie trivia today. I'll tell you what, man, there's nothing more shilly than not taking part in movie trivia. I'm just saying. Like, if you just sit here all day long and throw in all these comments, which I think it's just part of your personality, you need to be a part of the team here. You've got to throw out answers for this movie trivia and try to at least get one of these points here, because nobody's going to believe that you are what you say that you are unless you do this. So, you got to play today. Just saying. Even Joe's saying, play with us. Not like that, Joe. Please. We're a little bit more respectable around here. Look, he's not even responding to me. He just keeps going on about credit cards. Come on, Jason, say okay. Say okay, I'll play. I don't even think... do you think... is it possible that he watches without the sound on? Is that seems like something somebody would do. Whatever. Come on, Jason. You seem to know something about the movies, so you might as well play. You said it in that credit card statement? Oh. Credit cards don't help anyone. I'll try if I don't get timed out for chatting in a chat room. Okay. Nobody time out Jason. Let him play because we're going to start. It's time. It's time to start movie trivia. Jason, don't talk about anything else with the movie trivia. Ready? Go. See if you can do it. It's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes of your time, man. Nothing else but answers. Are you ready? Here we go. People got issues reading. Nothing else, Jason. Stop. Shh, shh. Let it happen, Jason. Let it happen. Here we go. All right. What martial arts expert did Sylvester Stallone originally want to play the part of Simon Phoenix? See, you guys got him going. Jackie Chan by Joe Pounce is correct. All right, Jason, I like it, man. You actually put in a legit a legit person who does martial arts. So that's good. That's good. That's a good start. Excuse me. I'm not sure, but I think this new medication is screwing up my voice here. All right, here we go. Next question. What is the name of the character Sylvester Stallone plays? And you got to give me first and last name. I won't accept just one. Full name. 2 words. Judge Dredd. John Spartan by Dynamite. I'm going to give it to you, even though you didn't spell it right. I know you meant the right thing. So Dynamite, I'm going to give you a point there. It is John Spartan. All right, next one. What is the name of the character Wesley Snipes plays? And I've already said it once. Full name will only be accepted. Simon Phoenix is correct by Frank Lehman. All right, next one. Jason, don't give up on me. Don't you give up on me, Jason. You keep going. Here we go. Next one. What is the standard issued weapon for the police in the San Angeles? Angulus. What is the standard issue? Baton is correct by Joe Pounce. Stun baton to be specific, but yeah. Nice one. Jason said taser. Nice, Jason. Keep it up. You're doing good. Stick with me, man. We're almost. I know you're going to get one of these, Jason. I just know it. Here we go. Where does Simon end up acquiring all his guns? I'm going to take Sam's answer for museum. I didn't expect you to get the full answer, Sam, so I will accept that. The museum is correct. Sam gets the point for that one, and the correct full answer would have been San Angeles Museum of History, to be exact. Jason, are you ready for this? This is you, Jason. I know you're all over this one, man. Get ready, Jason. Here you go. What is the only franchise left in the movie in the American version of the film? Son of a bitch. You're supposed to let Jason get it. Damn it. Ah, man, Jason. Jason got it. He knew the answer. He already said it earlier. Y'all are supposed to let Jason have a point there. It's like nobody wanted you to even have a point, Jason. I'm sorry. But you had a right answer. You got it right. You actually gotten most of these right, I think. I actually didn't know this one. I don't remember this part in the movie here. Who became president after or at some time in the movie? Schwartz is... Oh, I'm not saying that name, Frank. Frank, you bad boy. Ooh, I'm giving you a point, Frank, but man... Holy crap. You spelled that so wrong. Whoa. Dang, Frank. Jeez. Schwarzenegger. I'm going to, Frank, I'm going to make you come onto the back of the big tramp and say his name. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Wow. That was really bad. All right, next one. How does Simon end up dying? I mean, some of you are getting like half of it right. There was more to it than just what you're saying one word, but it was kind of like a multi thing. Some of you guys are getting it right. It's just you're kind of missing like the part that really killed him. Considering the fact that he was like in a cold stasis for such a long time, I don't know that would necessarily. All right, so I'm gonna go with the. I'm pretty sure I saw it up here. Who said kicked his head off? Who said it? I got to scroll back up here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give it to that person. Whoever said it first. Frozen and exploded was close, but not quite. Frozen and smashed to bits is not really it. Smashed, cryo, then exploded, frozen and shot. Suicide. Somebody said it. Hold on, I'm scrolling back up. Somebody said kicked in the head. There it is. Kicked in ice head. Will Bowler said it first, I believe. Will, congratulations on the point. First one, I think, maybe ever. I'm going to put your last name down because maybe it'll help me to remember that you've been here. Nice job, Will. That was a command decision on my part to give Will the point. If you don't like it, you can ask for a super chat refund. Because, you know, I got a lot of money to just pass out. All right, second to last question here. What is the password to the handcuffs that Simon was wearing during his parole hearing? Teddy Bear by Frank Lehman is correct. I see you can spell bear correct. Oh, man. Good morning, censored content. Afternoon, or whatever you want to call it. Last question. If you guys can guess it, I'll give you 2 bonus. Actually, you know what? I kind of feel like giving you 3 bonus points. I feel like today's a 3 bonus point day today. It's 2 words. 2 words, and that's all I'm going to say to get 3 points. If you can come up with it. I don't. Oh, son of a bitch. John Hannaford got it. And he beat Joe Pounce by like a fraction of a second. John Hannaford said 3 seashells. Literally like a fraction of a hair of a second sooner than you did. 3 points for John Hannaford. The question was... Hold on a second, let me write this down. Wow. That was pretty epic, man. I'm surprised you were able to pull that out of your butt. You know I waited so long to say that. What do people use for toilet paper in the future? And seashells is the correct answer. Can't believe you pulled that out of your butt there. That's such a dad joke. All right. I'm back in the back of the big tramp. Hi, guys.
Hey, Casey.
I'm back. You guys are live.
All right.
Can you believe that? John Hannaford pulling that out of his butt like that. It's crazy.
Pun intended.
That's crazy. Seashells. Where does he get it? Where did he come up with that?
He's an SOB.
You know what's funny is I was looking for movie trivia questions, and that was actually the very first one that I pulled was the seashells one. I was like, wait, no, this is perfect. I need to save this for last.
That's the only thing I remember from that movie.
Did I tell you my grandma grew up on a farm and she used to tell me that they used to use corn cobs to wipe their asses?
I'm sure.
Did I tell you my grandma grew up on a farm and she used to tell me that they used to use corn?
Yeah, it's absolute truth, and I've done it.
Ooh.
And I asked her, I said,
That's rough.
I said to her, I said, corn cobs or corn husks? She said, because she told us, she said after she got telling us that she's like, we'd rub them together to make sure that they were soft. I guess apparently if you rub it together, it makes it softer or something. And I said,
you soften it up.
Yeah, and I said corn husks or corn cobs, and she said corn cobs, and of course, all kinds of crazy questions started going through my mind at that point. None of which I wanted to ask, and I didn't. I mean, other than the corn husk and corn cob part of it, I didn't ask her another question after that. But so many.
Isn't it the same thing?
No.
No. It's not
no.
The husk is the leafy green substance that surrounds the corn as it grows. The husk is the core. Like if you eat corn off the cob, the piece that's left in your hand is the cob when you're finished eating.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can imagine somebody wiping their butt with corn husks because it's leafy and, you know, it's kind of like it seems like it might be a substance you could use to wipe with when it's, but it's, if you've ever touched it before, it's almost like a cat's tongue where it would like cut you up real bad. And so, yeah, and so you're sitting there going like, I bet you only wiped one direction.
Even like that, if it's slightly warm and you're slightly sweaty or, you know, hot, yeah, that's... Yeah.
Well, it's an odds-on bet that it was an outhouse too. See, people think that that's in a flushing toilet in a bathroom, but anybody who's going with the corn cob is almost certainly in an outhouse or an outdoor shit box.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a hold down.
That's
Can you imagine like 1,000 years from now, an archaeologist digs it up and says, "What the hell were they doing with these corn cobs?"
Oh, they'll know exactly what they were doing with them. My guess is they probably burned them afterwards, though.
I'm not sure comparing it.
There are
to
guys who do nothing but travel around and excavate old.
Hold down.
There's guys who travel around and excavate old privies and old outhouses behind places where long ago there were like saloons and things, because they're like a treasure trove of antique guns and whiskey bottles and antique coins. So it's like an archaeologist's dream to find a lot of those places, believe it or not.
Oh, imagine a whiskey bottle.
I'm not talking about something they shit in yesterday. I'm talking about
Hold down.
A hoedown?
Everybody, this is Yucca. Yucca, welcome. Good to have you.
Good to have you.
Yucca, how's it going?
You know, the usual.
Wiping with a cob.
Yucca's cherry picking.
Everybody, sorry, I have some news. Just got an update from the intern meeting at the Citadel headquarters. So apparently Mayo Boy was asking everyone, how's it going and how much are we selling? And they just told them that we're doing fucking movie trivia. So he's not happy.
I bet not.
There's two guys arguing about wiping their ass with vegetables.
Joe Pounce, congratulations on your extra points today.
Or a cat's tongue.
Oh, cat's tongue. Yuck. Dynamite, congratulations on adding to your points. Sorry, keep going.
No, I just wanted to mention that as a kid, I used to do a bit of let's say, well, let's call it farming, but without any actual tools or machinery. So I know how it is in a warm summer day, and being between tall corn, getting scratched all over by it. You know, when you're all sweaty. So yeah, cat's tongue is pretty fitting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How the corn feels like.
I could have said shark, but not everybody's touched a shark before, so it's less. It's probably less.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that one.
Familiar, yeah, familiar with a lot of people. So.
Leaves off a corn plant will cut you like a razor blade.
Mm-hmm.
No need. Don't worry about it.
Fun trivia: corn is just a member of the grass family.
It's a monocot.
John says we had another 250,000 shares going through CHX for the day today, and that puts us at a total of 1.1 million shares going through that exchange for the day today. That means they've met the requirements for 2 days in a row of CHX volume going through that exchange.
So nothing happening tomorrow, basically.
Maybe not. It depends. I mean, they might be trying to get all the shares done before the weekend so that Monday can be an up day and they can short again. Which would give them one less day out of 5. Frank, congratulations on adding to your points this week. Sam, congratulations on your first points this week. Will Bowler, congratulations on your first point ever, I think. And a new name, I haven't seen it before. Welcome. Don't let anybody call you a shill here without me calling you one first.
Did Jason get any points?
Jason? No, unfortunately not. But he answered almost every single one of the questions, and he got a lot of them right, but he was just a fraction of a second too slow. Perhaps maybe like he's not here in the U.S. Perhaps. I mean, I'm not saying he is or he isn't. I'm just saying he was a little slow to the punch.
That's not like him.
Yeah.
Will says,
it's good that,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's good that he meets the quota. He's answering all the questions.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if comments are an indication of how much you make, yeah. Will says, yeah, first time listener. I'm a shill still, or I'm a shill though. Okay, well, you got your first points here. Congratulations. I find it difficult to imagine any shill answering questions. I don't think they would do that.
Now hold on, Casey. Those answers may be worth 15 cents a piece.
I mean, yeah, I know, but it just I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't do it. Frank Lehman doesn't seem as the second most winningest player of our history of movie trivia. Frank Lehman doesn't seem to find any value in his points that he gets, where his name gets to go into the title at the end of the week when it goes up there. That's a shame, Frank. I'm a little hurt by the fact that you're not. Butt drugs is about the best you think you get out of your points.
Is he allowed to sublet that space to a perhaps like a chinchilla IPO that's coming up? I'm just asking for a friend.
He should. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you need to make a trophy for Frank because he's obviously a little butthurt.
What about censored content? Can we get him like some kind of trophy too?
Yep. Most butt drugs ever taken by a single human being? Yes, I think we can do that.
I literally knew every answer, but you're doing it in the chat has totally evened the odds for people.
Yes. Yes, we finally figured it
I
out.
can't type that fast.
We finally figured out your kryptonite.
I can tell you one thing about that movie you probably don't know, though.
I would love to hear it.
If you watch it in streaming service now, it's the answer Taco Bell is wrong because Pizza Hut bought out the rights. So they've dubbed in Pizza Hut into everywhere they say Taco Bell.
Wow.
I don't know why that makes me so mad.
Now,
And
did
they
you
put
did
a
you did you hear the
Pizza
question?
Hut symbol on the window, but you can still see all the glass has Taco Bell written all over it.
Wait. Did you
Quite
hear the
funny.
question correctly though? I'm not sure if maybe you heard the question correctly. Let me pull it back up here. Hold on a second. And I'm wondering if this is maybe why the question is worded the way that it is. It says the question is, oh, wait, where did it go? What was the question again? Oh wait, Taco Bell. Let's see here. The question was in Demolition Man quotation marks, and of course I those should have been in there when I pasted it. We hear word of a franchise war. The winner of this war. Oh, that's not the question I posted in, was it? No, I used a different one.
Frank Lehman lost.
No, he didn't.
Sometimes Brew playing the tape is not in the best interest.
So here's the question that I accidentally posted instead. I put, what is the only franchise left in the movie in the American version of the film? Are you sure that the newer released versions are not dubbed over because they're not American?
That I don't know, but I just remember watching it maybe a couple of years ago, and everything was changed to Pizza Hut.
That is funny though.
Made me laugh.
Yeah, that is funny. They
actually had good voice actors come back, and either Stallone do it himself or whatever, but you could hear the pause, and it'd be like Pizza Hut.
Well, it is. That's kind of weird that they would have him come back and redo it. That's really weird.
They've got good voice actors too that can copy people, so who knows?
Isn't that a Yum Brands food thing?
That's KFC, right? Do they also own the others?
Under our parent company, under our parent company, Yum Brands Incorporated, Taco Bell is part of a family of fast food powerhouses, which include both KFC and Pizza Hut.
Okay.
A long time ago, I don't know if you guys ever remember hearing me say this or not, but I was looking for a stock that would be my my gold standard for a stock that's not heavily shorted, and I came up with Amazon. I found a better one. It's Yum Food Brands, believe it or not. Yum Food Brands is probably one of the most heavily shorted stocks out there that has a significantly large float, I believe. Interesting.
A lot of shit too.
Interesting little tidbit there.
What did I miss?
Everything.
Damn it. I have a customer, an older guy. He came over here complaining that he left his dentures at the dentist. And I told him, don't worry. We're born without teeth. We leave without teeth. He's an older guy already, you know. What?
I would have thought you would have said something like, prove it, I don't believe you.
No, you can tell. He's talking to me, and I'm like, "You look different. You look different." So I assumed something is different in his mouth. So yeah, he just told me.
Did you say cat got your tongue?
But I was gonna say, look at me. I'm missing a baby tooth. My baby tooth fell off, and it doesn't grow. But then I said, wait a minute. Maybe I can pull up a video of CSI and then make him feel better.
That's cool, man.
That's a bad idea. No, he's a nice guy. He's from India, a Hindu guy from the temple.
Nice.
Anyways, what did I miss?
Just
yeah.
Secret of Life and
Okay.
the real floor of AMC once we squeeze, but nothing.
Oh,
else.
we already hit the floor?
No, we just know what it is now, but we can't talk about it again. It was only a one-time thing, you know.
Okay. Hey, did you hear the song, Casey?
Which song?
In general, I put a song for Brian, for Fu, and for everybody.
Oh, no.
It's called "Get on the Donkey."
Get on the donkey.
Is it worth playing?
Oh, of course, it's worth playing.
Is that like Latin?
I mean,
It's all one word. Get on the donkey, all one word. Is it Latin?
Not Latin. I think it's English, right?
Grande is not an English word.
Get on the donkey. What are those?
Grande is big in Spanish, right?
Donkey.
Large. Yeah, but
Get on the
donkey is
donkey.
not grande.
Get on the donkey.
Get on the grande donkey. Get on the grande donkey.
Or it's a grounded. Is it grounded donkey? Is that what you're?
Yeah, Dynamite said it's Greek. It's a Greek word. It's probably a derivative from
He said
ancient Roman Latin or something.
It says one-time floor chat. This is definitely a one-time chat.
Runscape Killer says live just now. I'm not sure why he's saying that.
He's gonna start answering trivia questions.
I don't. Yeah. Oh. He probably is. He probably is going to start. Next thing we know, he's going to come out here and say Taco Bell.
There you go. You have at it. You got you a competitor now. You got a head start on him. You've already done it once. So
You can do it.
you can do it, little guy. Look at our little guy go.
I wouldn't mind putting. I mean, just for myself, I want to test. Maybe sell one share at $8 and see if it does that same thing yesterday. What it did yesterday.
Well, it's about that time, so you'll have a chance to try and figure it out if you so choose to. But as for me, guys, I got to take off, so I will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, Casey, take it easy.
Later.
Thanks, Casey.
Well, guys, as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Fine place for a day full of breakdowns. Takes more than a meltdown to show us how. Throw a tack on the road, stop the meat plow. Got a bullet, but it ain't mine. They got these pictures of everything to break us down. To make amends, yeah, to make amends.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy